Yo, what's up, Daspola? I am trying to find on why my vertical stream doesn't turn on. So when I stream, I like to stream to my main YouTube channel, so the original normal way. And then I also like to stream on the shorts feed, so people can find me on both sides. But I always have issues trying to go live on the shorts side. Even though I have everything set up the right way, or I think I do, there's always an issue. The shorts live doesn't go live like it's supposed to. I guess today we won't do it with the shorts. Good morning, good luck with the grind. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Good morning to you too. Let's see if we can find the party, yeah? 앞으로 네 걸음. 그러게요. 거의 다 왔네요. 지금 숫가를 들어가려고 하는데 파티. 아이고. 파티를 찾을 수 있는지 한번 볼게요. 원탁에서도 파티하네요. 그쵸, 원탁 새로 나온 맵인데 저도 벌써 사람들이 모여서 파티를 구성해서 아이고 씨, 파티 사냥을 하나봐요. 오, 저 호브가 뭐냐, 풀덩이 같은 거 소환을 하는데 저거 맞으면 1800이나 나네. 댐. 불화 4인을 가게 되면 중국 하시는 분한테 돈을 줘야 되는 거잖아요. 그거는 이제 저하고 제 반대편에 계신 분하고 돈을 줘야 되는 것 같은데, 아니면 편하게 그냥 숟갈? 지금 마인탕님 안 계셔요. 저는 불화를 가고 싶은데 불화가 개념이 너무 어려워서 복잡하고, 오케이, 그럼 일단 구해보자. 중국 해주실 분을 찾아야 되는데, 그러면 일단 디스코드를 통해서 구해보도록 할게요. 자리부터 가서 찾아야 되겠다. 어? 인썸님 계시면 불화 아인 같이 한번 해보실래요? 오늘도? You heard I play on iPad. No, I do not play on iPad, sir. My buddy plays on iPad. Blink Flank plays on iPad. I couldn't play on iPad. I don't think I'd be able to. I don't think I'd be able to control my character. Play this game on an iPad. Flank, yeah, Flank plays on iPad. It does sound a little bit tough. But when you think about it, you get to actually lay in bed while you play. So, in some ways, it sounds nice. It sounds chill. 도어 따드린다고요? 오케이. Need to put him on a controller config. Okay, let me see if I can find the party on Discord. 자리가 아마 아직 시간이 좀 일러가지고 자리를 사야 할 것 같은데 내가 볼 땐. 한번 볼게요. 자리가 얼마 하는지. 안녕하세요. 어서오세요. Hey Katie, welcome to the stream. Well, now you're using all the emotes, huh? $10,000원 정도 하네요, 지금. 10만원 정도. 프랑크님 보시다가 자리 없으면 말씀 주세요. 불화둥 4인. 자리가 지금 아마 없으시면 그냥 주무시러 가는 것도, 피곤하시면 주무세요, 플랑크님. 그냥 숲갈 들어갈게요, 그럼. 지금 주무신다고 하는 거 보니까 많이 피곤하신 것 같은데, 가서 주무시고 오늘은 숲갈 파티 찾아서 해보도록 할게요. 한국어도 한국인 수준으로 하시네. 한국인입니다. Had the scariest moment trucking a few days ago. What'd you do? What happened? And trucking sounds like one of the scariest jobs. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, I found the party. 파티 찾았습니다. 130. I was driving through a windstorm in Kansas with an empty trailer. Trailer wheels kept coming off the ground. Jeez, man. But did you have to like drive extra slow? That's scary, man. That's actually really scary. There's a huge snowstorm and winter storm going on right now all through the Midwest, and it's going to essentially last for about half a week into the eastern part of the country, into the East Coast. And man, I would hate to be a truck driver with driving through that right now. 우리 길드 유명한가? 아로페님이 휴게소 길드를 알아보시네. water. Are you driving through Midwest and into the East this week? Couldn't you are you able to like negotiate with the company just to kind of tell them like there's a snowstorm coming and Hey Black, what's up man? Welcome to the party. Yeah, you should. If you can negotiate with the trucking company and say, hey look, there's a huge snowstorm coming and apparently some parts like Texas or North Carolina, I forgot which part of the country is supposed to get like 18 inches of snow. That's the forecast for now. I mean, things could change, but it's extremely scary. Have you ever driven through like a hurricane, or have you seen tornadoes? I'm sure you've seen tornadoes like far away. Tornadoes aren't too scary, I bet, as long as there's some distance, but it might be a cool view to see. I bet like watching tornadoes in the middle of Kansas, or if you're driving through Nebraska, one of those flat states, and seeing that, I bet you it's like really cool. But you have to drive through like a storm, I bet you it's scary. But when the back wheels came off the ground, it felt like I was flying. Holy crap, dude. Like I was on the Magic School Bus. I'm 1 year in and haven't seen tornadoes yet. That's amazing. When you found out wind scares me more than anything now. Yeah, you essentially become a little hovercraft if you don't have anything weighing you down, so you have to drive slower. Imagine a truck being lifted. Oh my god. That would be scary. I wonder how much meso up increases my meso by. People will make mules for meso up. People will create mules for hermits. And I heard this is the case in Artale too. I mean, people make mules for just about anything. But I wonder if meso up is that significant for people to make mules or people to seek after in a party composition. Like, is it just 150%? Is it 200%? I know it has to be pretty significant for people to really consider it as a useful skill and look for hermits with meso ups. I wonder what the exact number is. I'm gonna have to look that up here shortly. I want to say it's 150%, but it could be 200, but 200 seems pretty high. Seems too good. What's the Crusaders level? 86. Let me ask this hermit actually. He might not be paying attention. Oh, yeah, 150%. I figured it would be 150% because 200 just seemed too good. There's too many bots on Twitch. 현승님 안녕하세요. 어서 오세요. 와, 방금 디지몬 뭐지? 제가 레벨이 굉장히 높네요. 그쵸? Any video reaction today? You know what? I've been thinking about doing some content where I can react. But you know what I've been thinking? Instead of reacting to someone else's video, I've been thinking about doing my own, like a very simple, different type of content, but not a reaction video. Maybe I could do a reaction video today, but I've been thinking about preparing a content on like Google Sheets and talk about the difference between KMS and GMS and the play styles, and then introducing the collection of my shorts in a Google Sheet format, not in a video format, but basically going in a little bit more in depth of the each party training ground areas that exist that I've already made shorts on. So I could use my own content, take screenshots of those individual party training grounds, and go into it a little bit more in more depth. And because there's 2 minutes to 3 minutes is not enough time for me to really talk about everything that a player needs to know about the party training culture that exists in KMS. So that's something that's been on my mind that I could do. Now, reaction video today, because I don't have the PowerPoint or the Google Sheets ready, and it has to be prepped prior, I could do a reaction video today. But really, there isn't much videos that I could react off of. I feel like I could react to a video if if MapleStory Classic gave a definitive some confirmation to the things that they were going to release. If they gave some confirmation on, oh, okay, yeah, we're going to have this for sure, we're going to have that for sure, then maybe I could react to those. But there's a lot of speculation going on and nothing is really cemented, and reacting off of speculation just leads into more confusion and chaos, and we have to really entertain the hypothetical realm. I don't know if I really like doing that. It just seems too unwarranted, like unnecessary. If MapleStory Classic released with some statements or a new trailer that showcase something new that we already don't know, maybe we could react to that. Maybe there's some old videos that I could still go back and do. Slept on the couch today for a bit and my neck is killing me. Skill changes and the item changes. Is there something that's official? I'll take a look. I'll take a look. Has MapleStory Classic or Nexon NA released anything? Like a video or an introduction video or anything? Not from another YouTuber or not from people looking at the gameplay from Maple event. Or at the event that they have going on in LA, where it's like a hand cam and they're reviewing they're kind of like recording off of their phone, and it shows that some gloves or earrings have crit or something. Those could all be those are all subject to change. You know, they're not cemented yet. One thing that I thought was interesting, not interesting but really disappointed when I saw the video that was released by MapleStory Classic, was the Savage Blow and how thieves can move as they're using Savage Blow. That just seemed too mobile-y for me. So far it's just from the event. Yeah, I figured there wasn't anything that they officially released. You know, this is why I don't like Inkwell. He says the game is ready to be released and the game is complete. They're just doing, you know, they just want to make sure everything's good, and they're gonna do few more tests, closed beta, open beta, before they release it. But the game is essentially ready and to be released. Not really, right? Because, well, if it's already all done and ready to be released, how come they can't give us more information about, you know, what the changes that are coming? Why does it have to be, why do we have to do the investigative work? Why do players have to kind of figure it out secondhand from watching the videos from trailer? What is the intent there? Maybe an element of surprise, I guess, element of shock. But when people try out the game, that they don't know too much about it, and maybe that's what he's aiming for. Who knows? But is the game truly ready to be released and start their service to people? I don't know. I have my doubts about that a little bit. I think they're still a little undecided and unsure on the direction that they want to take MapleStory Class. 근데 해외에서 메렌해도 정지 안 당하나요? 정지 안 당합니다. 자, 116. 이제 딱 4원만 남았네요. 감사합니다, 플랑크님. 4업 남았네요. 참 가깝게 느껴지면서도 멀게 느껴지네요. 120이. 근데 요즘은 최근 들어가지고 2배 이벤트를 많이 안 하는 것 같아요. 그쵸? 메이플랜드에서. 재밌는 이벤트 같은 거 안 할라나? 좀 된 것 같은데, 이벤트 한지. 그쵸? 마지막으로 한 게 루돌프 코하고 크리스마스하고 새해 이벤트니까 좀 되긴 했거든요. 작년에는 이 시기쯤에 무슨 다른 이벤트를 했었나? 아시는 분 계시나요, 혹시? 한 1월 말쯤 2월 들어가서 작년에 메이플랜드 하셨던 분들 어떤 이벤트를 했는지. (200이) 너무 많이 풀려서 그렇다. 곧 구정이니까 할 거다. 또 배가 없으니까 힘들긴 하네요. 시프도 그렇고 용기사도 그렇고 2배가 있을 때는 안 오르긴 해도 그래도 뭔가 2배니까 할 의욕이나 의지가 생기거든요. 2배니까 2배가 없으니까 경험치가 너무 안 올라요. 본인님 혹시 숲갈 시간당 경험치 얼마 드시나요? 어제 측정을 해봤는데 한 370 정도 먹은 것 같아요. 제가 레벨 115 때 14.5% 14.5% 먹었습니다. 1시간에. 이제 116이 됐으니까 한 12% 정도 먹지 않을까 예상해봐요. 불화둥은 구인이 힘들어서 안 가시는 걸까요? 불화둥에 대해서 얘기 조금 하자면 뭔가 정리가 잘 안 된 사냥터인 것 같아요. 숲갈 같은 경우에는 파티 구성이나 파티가 몇 인으로 돼서 이제 사람들이 파티를 짜서 하는 게 확실하게 딱 정해져서 돼 있잖아요, 파티가. 근데 불화둥 같은 경우에는 4인 파티도 있고 3인 파티도 있고 5인도 있고 이러다 보니까 누가 누구한테 돈을 주고 누가 누구한테 돈을 받고 이게 너무 복잡하기도 하고, 그리고 일단 좀 불화둥 가시는 분들이 예민한 분들이 조금 더 많은 것 같아요. 색깔은 약간 편한 느낌이 드는데 불화둥을 가면 깐깐하신 분들을 좀 많이 경험해서 그것도 좀 그렇고, 물론 좀 더 어렵기도 하고 좀 숫갈보다는 고레벨 사냥터이니까 그럴 수도 있는데, 제일 꺼림직한 거는 제가 자리를 구해서 파티를 구인해야 한다는 게 좀 귀찮기도 하고, 그리고 몇 인으로 파티를 구성해서 누가 누구한테 돈을 주고 받는 게 그게 좀 어려워가지고 배우는 입장에서. 그리고 약간 비싸기도 하고, 제가 불화둥을 갔을 때 주로 4인을 많이 했거든요. 프리님이 한 분 아는 지인이랑 불화둥을 가서 4인을 했는데, 지인들끼리랑 해서 약간 돈이 덜 들어갔지, 모르는 사람이랑 했으면 아마 엄청 비싸다고 알고 있거든요. 중층하고 옥층을 같이 하시는 4인으로 하려면 그렇게 해주실 분을 찾아야 되는데 그게 거의 쩔 개념이라고 하더라고요. 그래서 중옥한테 한 350만원은 받고 한다는데 그걸 누가 감당을 해야 하는 거고, 뭐 프리는 돈을 받는 건지 그러면 프리는 돈을 안 내는 건지, 그런 질문들이 많고 모르는 게 많아가지고 그냥 꺼리게 되는 것 같아요. 단체 카톡 들어가도 다 줄임말, 요약된 말을 많이 쓰셔가지고 나중에 차라리 마찰을 하고 난 다음에 파티를 들어가는 방식으로 하는 게 나을 것 같아요. 내가 파티를 꾸려서 하기에는 뭔가 불화가 약간 좀 설정이 저는 잘못됐다고 보는 게, 파티를 꾸리는 게 자리 주인이 파티를 꾸리거든요. 근데 자리를 사는 사람이 대부분 제 레벨에 비슷한 한 105 용기사, 히어로래, 105 용기사, 크루세이더 이런 분들이 자리를 사가지고 파티를 구성하는 게 그게 기본 개념인데, 그렇게 하기에는 약간 무리가 되는 게 너무 모르는 게 많아요. 그쵸? 새로 레벨이 낮은 전사분이 자리를 샀는데 단체 톡방이나 디스코드를 가면 알아듣지도 못하는 전문 용어나 요약어들을 많이 쓰셔가지고, 차라리 그렇게 하는 게 아니라 고래분들이 파티를 사서 고래분들이 자리를 사서 좀 아시는 분들이 쪼래분들한테 돈을 받되 쪼래분들을 레벨 낮으신 분들을 파티를 초대하는 방식으로 했으면 레벨 낮으신 분들이 조금 더 거부감이 덜 들고 그럴 것 같은데, 뭔가 느낌은 약간 레벨 낮은 전사가 채널을 사고 맵을 사고 그렇게 하면서 파티를 꾸려 나가야 되는데, 이미 해보신 분들 아니면 초입 분들한테는 굉장히 어렵거든요, 그런 게. 그래서 차라리 그렇게 할 바엔 고래분들이 파티를 사서 거래분들한테 돈을 받아가면서 파티를 들어오게끔 해주는 게 더 낫지 않을까. 와, 근데 제가 지금 숲갈에서 사냥을 80대 중반서부터 계속 하고 있거든요. 80대 중후반부터. 숲갈은 거의 매일 오긴 하는데 여기를 블러드 대거를 한 번도 못 먹어본 게 정말 진짜 정말 웃기긴 하네요. 아, 하나도 없네. 이구연템? 숲갈은 레벨 높아도 거절당하지 않나요? 레벨 높아서 거절당한 적은 없는 것 같아요. One thing I'm worried about with what we can see in the event is how much changes they made. With the formulas, the skills, too much changes and one thing breaks the other, plus it's just pushing the release date for no reason. I haven't seen the video in entirety. I was kind of skipping around. But I will say, if that's true, if they're making a lot of changes into the skill, you know, they're going to have to... They're gonna have to find that balance, right? If they're changing one skill too much, like you said. That's why I don't really like to talk about it too much until we have something concrete. Because here's the thing, if you give bandits, right, 35 plus with weapon attack damage, initially, when you first hear that as an old school MapleStory player, you automatically think, wow, that's broken. Bandits are gonna be up there with assassins, or they might do more damage. They might actually become meta. Well, here's the thing. You're going off of one thing you heard, and that's not even confirmed. You know, you just saw a screenshot of someone playing it, and with that change, just because... that change that you saw is probably a sign that a lot of other things are going to be changed too, or altered. So will plus 35 attack damage, how will that all, as an end result, how will that all be, how will all of that come together, right? If bandits get a plus 35 weapon attack buff from steel, then there's gotta be something else that's changing in the game to... That's gonna come along for assassins or bowmans or whatever. That's not gonna be the only thing that changes. For example, they messed with the crit stuff, right? And they're probably gonna mess with the accuracy stuff and mastery stuff, the mastery of items when you what is it? It's called mastery, right? When you level spear mastery, it gives you mastery of 60% of that weapon, so you're hitting for higher within the spectrum of damage that you have. Your damages from your skills are kind of being like the average damage that's being that you're doing is hovering around the end of that spectrum of damage and weapon attack. All of these things are going to change, and what's really important is what really matters is all these speculations that are going around. It's not enough information for us to form a judgment or a conclusion based off these things. Because at the end of the day, it might just be pointless and waste of breath. Because Nexon might not even make it that way. Maybe they're doing these test events to see if this all works out or one way or another. Something tells me they're kind of like doing it on the fly, because when the game releases, I think they're going to release only up to like level. They're not even going to release third job advancement. I think they're going to release how they did in Maple Land with second job advancement with only the Victoria Island. And then slowly they'll release Orbis, Elnath, and then third job advancement. And that might take time, and as people play, maybe they'll just figure things out along the way, and maybe that's their plan, but they're just trying to figure out how everything looks. That's probably why the playtest is only being done in Kerning Party Quest, Ludi Party Quest, and in these beginner areas, and there's nothing to show for in the end game or higher level areas. Not necessarily end game, but just higher level areas. You don't see any showcasing of third job advancement skills or the ideas they have or their philosophy into the new design of how they're going to make MapleStory, classic MapleStory. And they're probably just trying to figure out how to balance the game while revamping the game only up to a certain level for now. And then as they go, they're going to get player feedback either from YouTube or people submitting stuff or whatever, live player feedback, and they'll go off of that. So essentially bandits might get a huge buff called Steel with 35 weapon attack. One, that's not even confirmed. They might change that to 10 weapon attack or 20. I think they're really doing this off the fly. And the whole calculation into crit is, they say 5% base crit, but is that confirmed? Is this something that classic MapleStory released, that Nexon released, or is this something that we're building speculation off of? That might all change too. I see that earrings or gloves or other accessory items have crit stats attached to them. You know, when you give crit on items, crit essentially becomes the most important stat that in any damage dealing MMO or RPG game you play. There's a reason why crit is always relevant and is essentially the meta for any game that has crit. It's because it's so broken. And I feel like it, you know, I really don't know how to make a judgment off of it other than that it's essentially going to be a different game. And I hope they don't trip and turn it into a game that I hope they can make it fun and show us a well-polished game with clear character philosophy, character design, and clear character identity. But something tells me that I'm being too hopeful, right? So if you look at old school MapleStory, these characters have, and I talk about this all the time, is that each character was created with an intention, with a character philosophy in mind. When I look at rangers and hermits above me, they do very distinct things. Although they crit, yes, they crit, but their gameplay is very different. If you look at a Dragon Knight and a Crusader, their gameplay is very different as well. And these things, I just feel like when with classic MapleStory that they're gonna lose a little bit of this. They're gonna lose themselves trying to rework the game and turn it into maybe more modernize the game. And in so doing that, they're going to blur the clear distinctions of clear character identity, their play style, character philosophy, things that were already great. And you know, I'm on the boat of, why mess with the game? You said you're gonna release classic MapleStory. Don't call it classic MapleStory then. Call it like MapleStory 2.0 or MapleStory something else. It's not classic MapleStory if you change the gameplay too drastically. If the foundation has been changed, is it still the same game? Because you have the same party quests and essentially the same content that's there that existed in old school MapleStory, but you changed the foundation and the structure of the game and what made MapleStory. You know, is it gonna still play the same, or is it just gonna look aesthetically the same but play very differently? I'm on the boat of the people that are interested in classic MapleStory right now are people that want to relive the nostalgia and that want to play the game that they once remembered. I don't think people are going to be necessarily happy if you introduce percentage crit damage into earrings and gloves and all these things, and then now people are making crit clerics or critical attack heroes, and now they're out damaging the Night Lord by or they have an outlet where they can out damage the Night Lord. A lot of people say variety is good, right? More options the better. But sometimes too much option can, one, lead to things being homogenized and honestly just killing the identity of each character. The variety and the community driven ideas and gameplay should come from like party grinding training areas, or how they want to form party compositions, or how they should tackle a raid boss. But I think each character should have definitely a distinct identity. This is an MMO, and people feel connected to their character to a certain degree, and they want that character to represent them, or they want to play a character that has a specific play style or an image behind it. And if, you know, let's say you have a warrior that's jumping around and critting everything, but you just stole the crit identity from assassins and bowmans. You know, and I think crit is what made Night Lords. Actually, it's not even debatable. It's actually a fact that crit is what makes Night Lords the Night Lords, right? That's why with sharp eyes, Night Lords really depend on sharp eyes, because they can essentially double their, if not triple their crit damage that they already have. Crit is a huge component to Night Lord's damage. So I'm a little worried. that they're gonna turn the game into something with so much ambition. It's just ambition, and honestly, they seem unprepared by the fact, like, I seen glimpses of those videos that that person uploaded on YouTube a few days ago from the event. And I was just looking at it, I'm like, well, they're showing us essentially the same thing. The guy's in Kerning Party Quest. He's wandering around Kerning City. And he's showing off his items and skills. Things didn't seem too much different. So what was the point, right? Like, I want to know, did they have something interesting? Did they have something new to show us? Or maybe a release date telling... Maybe it's just something that we haven't seen outside of what he recorded on his camera, and maybe there is something more official going on in the background that we're just not seeing. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But even the first event, I've seen people be very critical of how it was ran and how it was unprofessional, and it just seemed pretty sloppy in general. The one day there was another MapleCon that happened in October, I believe, or September of last year. Something really tells me they're just doing this on the fly, and they're gauging. Maybe they're too scared to fail, and they want to make sure that they're gauging player reaction to classic MapleStory live as the game is being updated, as the game is launched. And they want to see, well, it looks like they like this, it looks like they like that, and make changes as they go. But I feel like that's the wrong way. So when I talk, if I have to, well, I'm going to talk about Mapleland and the developer. Their name is Tensia. And Tensia had a clear direction and clear intention when they were making Mapleland. And they don't deviate too much from that site, from that goal, which is they want to create a one-to-one emulation of old school MapleStory while removing elements that was game breaking, like HP washing, for example. And they want to remove certain things that they felt didn't affect the game on affecting its nostalgia. So they removed, they introduced GMS content like New Leaf City and Crimson Wood, but they completely reworked and revamped the consumable items. So they have a very good understanding of what players want in old school MapleStory and what made it memorable for so many people, and they want to keep that element. And number one factor in keeping that, number one factor in that equation is people getting together and partying up with one another to train together like an actual MMO. So anything that gets in the way of that, onyx apples, or even warrior potions, like consumables like these that did come out, but they only give 2 weapon attack for 8 minutes, which is nothing compared to Crusader's rage buff, but they still make it viable because these stack on top of the buff, on top of another attack buff that you currently have active. So you can clearly tell these guys are prepared. These guys understand what they're doing, and they want to make sure they stay true to their original goal of creating a server that is true to their core identity, which is party grinding, party setting, party-centric game style, and removing stuff that was unnecessary or a bug in old school MapleStory. And they have not deviated away from that at all. They have not released anything like crit items on earrings. Maybe they will in the future, who knows? But they haven't yet, and I think they're doing that on purpose. They want to keep the game true to how it was and not deviate and mess around with things for what? A lot of times games that are disestablished and the games that are disestablished and has a long history, if you change one thing, not only your intended effect, right? You want to put crit percentage or crit rating into an earring or a glove. The consequence of that is not just immediate, but it will have long-term ripple effects into other parts of the game, where now players will really prioritize the whole identity of what MapleStory was now alters, right? You had somewhat of a holy trinity in MapleStory with spearmen and heroes and paladins acting as a tank. There's instances like even right now when they have to go farm Bigfoot at New Leaf City, you need a spearman, you need a warrior to be there to take the hits for you. And essentially, like before even Bigfoot, you can look at hyper body as a utility that makes you into a tank, because now other players can withstand hits because of you. They can enjoy content that they normally couldn't due to your hyper body effect. And maybe it's not the traditional like tanks are getting aggro and they have an aggro buff and all of that, but still it's essentially doing the same thing. It alleviates the danger from the party with hyper body, and you have an iron wall buff, which is honestly, they should have reworked Iron Wall because Iron Wall is trash. But it essentially does the same thing. Spearmen in Maple Land serve the same purpose as it does in other MMOs that tanks would. You can enjoy late game content without getting wiped, without getting one-shotted. Essentially, like it takes away the element of you getting one-shotted. And I'm thinking of other MMOs like WoW and Final Fantasy XIV. What do tanks do? Well, they open up the doors for you to clear the content, but maybe not through like expanding your HP pool, but the tank will grab the aggro of other monsters and take away the immediate threat away from you. It's essentially the same thing in my opinion. And once you introduce like crit rating and crit buff, or sorry, not crit buff, but crit rating into accessories, weapons, or whatever, not only do I see that going like being terribly grindy, trying to get the best crit rating on a weapon, Well, I guess it's not bad. Never mind, I take that one back. But I can see the game altering, ultimately, is that maybe the heroes or spearmans aren't the tanks anymore. And as long as you have enough money to spend, as long as you have enough meso or dollars so you can buy the mesos, because trust me, those things will exist in third-party websites. And people will figure out a way to buy meso with real money. Like, if you have a lot of money, you can essentially pay to win to get the highest crit rating items, and now that hard ceiling, that no matter how much money you spend on a Dragon Knight or a Dark Knight or a hero, you will never surpass a Night Lord. That type of hard ceiling gets lifted and it doesn't exist anymore. So if you spend thousands of dollars for the highest crit rating you can get at endgame item, it's essentially a pay to win, in my opinion, if you look at it that way. Now Dragon Knights can do more damage than Night Lords by a huge margin or whatever. So it's just you know, I have these thoughts that go through my mind, and I want to see something more official before I talk about it more, because I think they owe us something a little bit more official. How are you gonna say the game is on the brink of being released? We're just tweaking up a little things. Well, if that's true, kind of give us an idea more, like a little bit more detail, so you know, people can understand. People cannot understand, but like people can see, kind of know what you have in plan for us. Inkwell wasn't sure about cubing. He wasn't sure about gacha. When Dino Fries asked him, hey, is there going to be like pay to win elements, or is there going to be like gacha or cubing that exists in the game? And he was like stumbling and not giving a direct yes or no. I think he knows, you know. He's kind of in a rock and he's kind of between a rock and a hard space, because he doesn't want to say no, there won't be that, because, you know, his company Nexon probably doesn't like that answer. And he probably knows that the player base does not want anything to do with cubing, anything to do with gachas, that they want that pure nostalgic game, and kind of build upon that. Kind of build the game upon the initial foundation and the bricks that was laid out in old school MapleStory, and build upon that foundation without altering the game too much. You can definitely release new patches, new content, new updates into the game without steering too far away from how the game is originally played. Look at, and before anybody says no, they can, actually the new updates and the new patches that release with the game is going to eventually turn the game into modern MapleStory. Well, I would tell you to look at Mapleland. It's been out for 2 years, and yes, the game has changed, of course, because when the game first came out, they didn't even have third job advancement. They didn't even have Orbis. The higher level players were farming in the dungeon in Victoria Island with gold eyes and all of that, and drakes. And the game has changed and shifted a lot, but you know what hasn't changed? The element of being in a party and grinding together in a party. They've made sure their core identity, right? The core identity of Mapleland, and the core reason they developed the server, they've kept true to that, and they've never lost sight of what they want to create. And I think that's why this game has the longevity that it does, with a healthy population, with loyal fan base of players that continue to play every day. Because honestly, as I play Mapleland is fun. Now, when I play modern MapleStory, it is not fun. When I play Artale, it is not fun. But when I play Mapleland, it's fun. And what's the main difference between these games? Is the playstyle, is the fact that you play in a group with other people, and even if you don't chat, you just know that the game feels alive. You actually feel like you are in a digital world with other people playing the same game. And each day the experience is different because you meet different people every day. And I think that's why I am head over heels with the idea of accepting the negative that comes with that, to let it be part of the experience instead of shunning it away and taking a game and developing the game and giving it updates to a point where, you know, because you had bad interaction with other players, now you need to, you know, make a huge loud noise about it on the forums or to emailing the developers or on YouTube. I'm on the boat of, well, let it just be part of the experience. It can't be, it's online. Like, you'll be fine. It's online. Sometimes people are jerks and dickheads, but at the end of the day, it's just online. It's not even real life. And outside of that moment, probably 90% of the time, because this type of system existed where not only the developers encourage you to play with one another, but the community also encourages on each other to play with one another. Because this system exists, you have a fresh experience every day, and good experiences 90% of the time. Will there be cubing? I'm not sure, man. They haven't told us, so I hope not. Me personally, I hope there's no cubing. It seems too cash grabby. Basically, with those crit damage, we lose the classic roll system in MMORPG. Exactly, and I agree with that. I agree with, you know, I've seen too many MMOs that emphasize crit, and they don't have a clear identity with each character. If you put a crit item, if you put crit ratings in an item, then everybody's essentially going to be going for crit and going for damage, and the whole game design changes. I think you no longer have to depend on, I don't know, a Night Lord or a Bowman to come do the damage for you. Except you can spend thousands of dollars and get to your character to a certain crit chance or certain level, and now you can just do all the content yourself. You don't need a damage dealer. You just need a, like, you know, if you want to, I guess you could have a healer next to you and heal you. Crit is dangerous. Crit is a thin ice, you know, that you really, I think, have to be careful about if you want to incorporate it as a general stat to every character, not as an element of Night Lords and Bowmans because they're damage dealers, but a general stat, general attribute that all characters could technically build upon. Who doesn't, you know? Like, if you just do first dimension, one-dimensional thinking in an MMO and in a video game, everybody wants to do more damage on their character. And what are they gonna prioritize? Well, of course, crit. You know, they're gonna prioritize crit. Even in WoW, I think it's like that. Tanks, crit is always an important skill. Even as a tank, they go for items. They don't necessarily go for items that have crit, but they welcome the items with crit. Crit is looked at as something good. And that's just to kind of emphasize how important and what crit does to the general community in an MMO. People start emphasizing crit more than anything else, and crit items are worth a lot of money, and you have, I don't know, I just think they have to find a way to make it work, and we'll see how they do. I don't like how quiet they are about everything. I just have this feeling the game is not ready, and I'm not sure. Like, if I had to be an advocate, maybe they want the element of surprise and the shock when it first comes out, so people can get the experience firsthand for the first time as they're playing. But something tells me it's not that, due to how they're running these events that they're having. I hear bad things. I hear that, like, they're not prepared. Did I ever level? I wish they would just look at Maple Land and kind of honestly copy Maple Land. I think my friends would love the game if the game came out like Maple Land. I think they're gonna love the game initially, no matter what. I mean, the first 30 levels, none of that really matters. Everything's pretty insignificant and you're just enjoying a new game with your buddies. So the experience, I think, will be relatively the same. But they should honestly copy Maple Land. Maple Land did so well on emulating old school MapleStory, and they understand what really matters and what's important. Like, look at this. They're done. So I can't show you guys anymore, but I was about to show you how the ranger on the left and the hermit on the right, they have completely different playstyle and identities that you can see within their skill set and how they play the game. You know, rangers will stay pretty stationary in their spot, micromanaging the small platform and the real estate to grind. And then the hermits are flying around everywhere, jumping around, trying to make distance themselves. Instead of pushing the enemy away and CCing the enemy, they run away from the enemy, essentially flying around the map. Flying around the map, killing the enemy. And a big difference. A big difference in their playstyle. They're not the same. While we're waiting, let me just type in on YouTube classic MapleStory and we'll see what comes up. Looks like Layman's Commentary made a new video. Nothing official from MapleStory themselves. Does Nexon NA have a YouTube channel? Where do they release like official statements? Well, they don't have much. Like they don't have much information that's pretty legitimate. Hey, what's up, man? What's up, Exotic? Welcome back, man. Good morning. 4차 전지기 코앞이시네요. 그러게요. 어느새 벌써 116을 찍었네요. Rats on 116. Thanks, man. I just got it about an hour ago. Maybe less, maybe 30 minutes ago. Four more levels to go. I look tired. I didn't get much sleep and I haven't had coffee, so that's probably why. But I'm okay. I slept on the couch for a little bit. I woke up very early. I woke up around 5 a.m. and I just could not go back to sleep. I was on my phone for a little bit. And then I was like, well, I was on my phone for a bit and I remember feeling, wow, I don't think I'm tired enough to go back to sleep. Let me actually get up and start moving. Maybe I can go edit some videos or think about what I want to do or whatever. Take care of other things. And I get up and I'm like, well, since my day's starting, let me go get some coffee. Let me go get some coffee because my day's about to start. And I go outside to turn on the car and it was 16 degrees outside. And I opened the door and I felt the wind. And I'm like, yeah, nope. And I went back to the couch and I laid down, put the blanket over me, was on my phone for about an hour and I knocked out. And I slept on the couch decently well, but now my neck hurts. I was like in a weird position with my neck. So in total, I probably got about 6 hours of sleep, but it was interrupted. You know, it wasn't like seamless. Should have been continuous. I can get the benefits of nice long sleep. Mine was very much interrupted. Do you have to do the Batman look to turn your head, where you have to turn your whole body to turn your neck? That's the worst. No, I don't. I don't have to do all that, but I just have this like dull ache in the back of my neck. It's annoying more than anything. Okay, I gotta turn the VPN for a second to change channels. I'll be okay. Uh-oh, my game froze. Let's see if it will unfreeze itself. Game is definitely frozen. does the West Coast get better connection to Korea? Yes. If you live in California, Washington, any of the Western coast states, you get way better connection to Korea. MapleStory doesn't want to start. Might have to force close this thing. Land anyway. Do you consider Cygnus Nights old school? I kind of would be okay with playing them in classic. I consider up to Pirates old school. I think Cygnus Nights were... Personally, I didn't like Cygnus Nights too much. I didn't like that their striker got a skill that was too outside of the class identity. You're supposed to be a pirate with knuckles. You're shooting out sharks as far as a ranged character could. So you essentially abandoned the identity of being a brawler. You became a knuckle mage. And I didn't like the idea of that. That was one thing I didn't like. And with all the other champions that were released with Cygnus Knights, although they were capped at 120, and essentially they were just meant for you to elevate and like break the ceiling of capacity, right? Like break the higher ceiling, damage ceiling or efficiency ceiling, whatever you want to call it, of your main character. Because when you raised Cygnus Knights, when you trained Cygnus Knights, and every 10 levels it would give a buff to your main character. That I like the idea of, and the introduction of that, and the idea of that is pretty cool because it forces you to play something else. Why my MapleStory is not starting. I just didn't like the individual character philosophy and design that went into Cygnus Knight. I think if they were going to make a brawler, right, they should have just made it into a gunslinger at that point, because the range was absolutely insane with those sharks, electro sharks that were flying out. Absolutely crazy, right? Why is this not starting? I mean, I closed everything on the, what is it? I close everything on the task manager, but it's still not working. I see a lot of people against New Leaf City, which is funny because that area was one of our very few GMS exclusive contents, ironically. Yeah. Well, I think, you know, they released New Leaf City in Mapleland, but with a very different approach than how it was released in GMS, and I think they did it well. Apparently, according to my guild member, who's level 162, I'm not high enough to go to Crimson Wood, But according to him, he said players are already like analyzing and investigating the map, trying to figure out better party compositions to the community so the community can take advantage of the map that has essentially a higher level monster and better EXP rate than endgame maps Leaf Ray. So I think it's going to be really cool because when it released in GMS, nobody took the time or the effort to create something like that or come up with a training method and a party-centric training method to analyze the maps, to figure out which maps are good for what. And you can see this in Leaf Ray. When Leaf Ray dropped, at first people didn't have much idea. Like back then, back when I was a kid, the meta for a Dragon Knight at level 75 to 80 or 90 was you find a priest and you go to Black Kentarus and you go into a party, just two of you, and grind at the map that spawns the Black Kentas. And that was the meta. And actually a lot of people did do that. But now it has completely shifted into something else. And we have all sorts of different analyses being done in maps. People are finding ways to train together in a party where it's efficient. And Leaf Ray is like overly concentrated with people. People have taken that continent and that map, that continent, and looked at each individual map to come up with party compositions that make sense. And although it's evolving and it's always changing with time, it's always something that they do together. There's no solo play involved or incorporated, and which is just completely fine. As long as you're not playing by yourself, I think it's better that people continuously look into party-centric game style where one map and one party composition might yield 2% more per hour than the other one. You know, as long as you're in a party, I think it's fine. But unfortunately, when NLC came out in GMS, what did people do? A lot of people just did what they are used to, which was solo grind and not play together as a party. I don't know what's going on with my MapleStory right now. Hold on, let me turn this. Okay, kind of working now, but it's being weird. I think my VPN was acting up. That's what was going on. No. Speaking of exclusive content, how are you feeling about the new area Forgotten Hollow? I was kind of on the fence about it when I first saw it revealed, but the updated version I saw in the PC Cafe demo actually looked really cool and pretty. I was pleasantly surprised. At first, when the Forgotten Hollow came out, I told them, I basically made a statement, and I think I said that I was happy that it came out, or I think I said that I want the game to update. I want the game to stay true to how it is. You know, me being me, I didn't want too much change coming to the game, and because the earlier levels of the game are so well cemented and established all across all servers, that's where the most players are at. I didn't think the Forgotten Hollow area needed to cater to the lower level players. They have so many places that they could go to train. I said that I wanted the game to progress in a linear fashion, meaning they don't necessarily need to do too much altering or changing in the beginning stage of the game, right? How the game already was, how we remember it to be. But maybe post Pink Bean, instead of taking the route of Big Bang, they could do their own thing by creating what they did with Forgotten Hollow. It could have been something in the upper level areas beyond Timeless Temple, beyond Crimsonwood Keep. That's the direction I would have liked for the game to take. I just have worries when it comes to altering the game too much on how we remember it to be. I'm pretty much someone that likes the game to, like the initial phase of the game, to be the way it was all the time without much change. And I like the game to develop post Pirate, post Timeless Temple, and post Pink Bean. I want the game to develop keeping true of what made MapleStory, and then develop from that into more content where it's party centric, where the game is grindy, where the game is still hard. I want them to release a boss raid where it's extremely difficult, and the difficulty doesn't necessarily have to come from how much HP a certain boss has. It can come from the mechanics, or it could come from, a boss doing a whole bunch of things, and the players have to kind of figure out what utility each character has, and that equation, or that figuring out phase, doesn't have to hover around how much damage are we doing, how can we maximize. We can hover around the question of not the damage centric party composition with speed and fusion, time lift, sharp eyes, but maybe introducing a level of difficulty in the other dimension of the boss doing a whole bunch of stuff that you definitely need sub-meta classes to come in and essentially make them meta, by forcing the players to form a party that requires you to have, let's say, Sanctuary, let's say Dragon Roar, I don't know, Chain Lightning, stuff like that. And that's the way I want the game to progress. And when they release a new raid, I want them to incorporate that and not just be about damage. Like Tank and Spank can only get you so far in terms of enjoyment. At a certain point, Tank and Spank becomes extremely boring. I'm very curious what's going to happen when they start reaching content towards the Big Bang patch, although that's likely years from now. It's gonna be years from now, so we have that time to enjoy the game, I guess. That's that's assuming that Nexon NA will keep true to how old school MapleStory was up till that Big Bang patch. I don't think they will. I think they're going to make some big changes with the game. So we'll see if we can enjoy it. We're going to enjoy it for sure when it first launches. And then after a few patches, we'll kind of get an idea of what they're thinking with MapleStory Classic and stuff. I'm moderately hopeful as far as monetization is involved, because it's being made to specifically cater to the West, and it's well known the Western players do not enjoy pay to win aspect. Yes. Hopefully they keep that in mind. But you know, Nexon being Nexon, very notorious for being a certain way. I wonder if they bring in new big story for Classic, like with the Black Mage and the weird lore with all the heroes and Cygnus classes. Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do with Black Mage. All the lore. More lore the better, as long as it's not being forced down my throat. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I hope they rework Black Mage, honestly. Just go back to the drawing board, it's worn out. Yeah, I agree, man. I think Black Mage is so worn out. It's been around for 20 years and we still don't even know like anything about him. He's just this mysterious figure. They need to figure out something. They need to figure, like, you can tell like they want to have some type of lore, a antagonist in the background, the reason why you're here. They just can't get it right. I get it. The Black Mage storyline was an attempt to keep the game grounded with a purpose. But that's the thing. MapleStory was good back when the point was just adventuring to save the world from invading threats. It didn't need intricate lore. Maple World, but yeah, Maple World, I figured. Yeah, you can tell, you know, you gotta give some... If I had to just be more empathetical towards MapleStory and Nexon, is that they went through a lot of developers in their span of, you know, up to Big Bang. The Korean MapleStory, which basically laid out the framework for other servers to work off of. They went through like 4 different developers in a like main head directors in a span of, I want to say 4 to 6 years. But they had a lot of turbulence in that time frame. And I'm sure some developers really emphasize the lore when it comes to Black Mage and some didn't. I think the original developer, or the initial first 2 developers, didn't really care about the lore too much, but a sense of just existing in a world where you could adventure and play with other people. But then the last few, including Inkwell, especially Inkwell, he turned the game totally upside down, and then he fled the country and he went to America. He did, apparently he did make Nexon a lot of money, but trust me, the Korean consensus, the Korean general consensus when it comes to Inkwell is terrible. Nobody likes him because of what he did to MapleStory. He's the one that ruined it. Yep, he's the one that ruined it. Ironic, he's the one coming back trying to fix it. Yep. And that's why, you know, you guys don't know here in the West, but in Korea, they're like essentially talking amongst themselves how they don't have high hopes for this game, just because of the they don't, just because of the fact that Inkwell is a developer. People don't have high hopes. That scares me. The only saving grace is the Wizard developer girl then. Yes. She was I think she's one of the OGs that made MapleStory, like the Wizard MapleStory game. But we'll see. We'll see. See if she can be enough of an influence to guide the game. I'm already an Inkwell hater because of how hard he trolled us at Maple. How did he troll? Oh, we could release it right now, but we won't. Yeah. He did say that, and I'm very doubtful of that, man. You could release it right now, but you won't, but you can't, but you won't. You need more testing done. I get, okay. Give him the benefit of the doubt. He wants to keep the game like he wants to keep the suspense going, the element of shock to be there, whatever the case might be, to not release any cemented update or any cemented statement for the game when you say the game is ready to be released, but you won't. Maybe he's just trying to keep the element of shock, and he's really hoping that it will bring a wave of content creators just creating content on YouTube to flood the game for the success of the game. Maybe. But the thing is, I just don't think he even knows, not even the design of the game, like even like little details like what are earrings gonna have crit for sure? Are weapons gonna have crit? Are you gonna, you know, those are little details that maybe you don't want to reveal because you're not sure yet. But the bigger question that he won't even answer with a clear yes or no is the bigger framework, like the framework of how they're going to run the game and what the purpose of the game is. Is it to make money, or are you really doing this for the players to have a game where they can flee to run away from today's MMO standard and industry and go to a game that they enjoy, go to a game that they remember, right? Where it's more laxed, more community oriented. What's the purpose? He wouldn't answer if they're gonna have gacha or cubing or pay to win elements. Instead, he gave a very ambiguous, nuanced answer and says, well, it's different because of this, because of that. I think most people that want to play classic MapleStory and that are going to play classic MapleStory for a long time are players that want you to say definitively, no, there will be no pay to win elements. No, there will be no gachas. That's game breaking. No, there's not going to be any cubing because it's predatory. There's none of that. I think if you can't answer definitively yes or no, is there going to be pay to win elements in the game? You know, like, you don't have to be nuanced and ambiguous. I think if you're a developer of MapleStory and you've been around MapleStory long enough, you understand what the players exactly mean when they say pay to win elements. You know why people don't like gachas. You know why people don't like, you know, cubing. It's predatory. But you're kind of like wishy-washy, not saying yes or no. Maybe they will. And then he starts kind of lecturing about the philosophy of gacha and stuff, and cubing and the idea behind it. And I'm just like, bro, we don't need all that. The game was fine prior to having all that stuff. I don't need you to explain to me why some type of approach on gacha is bad and another way to approach gacha is good, and why to some players they liked it and other players they didn't. There are so many people that enjoyed the initial experience of MapleStory. Initial experience of MapleStory before Inkwell came into the picture and before the Big Bang update, and that's what people want. It's pretty clear. You know, there's no this wishy-washy going back and forth about what players actually want and what players, all this stuff. No. Do you think Maple Land will introduce magnetic pet? I hope not. I don't like the idea of magnetic pet. It seems too mobile-y for me. It's just frustrating to me the way they're going about it. If they want true feedback, all these small playtests they're doing is rather pointless. The best way to figure out whether the changes are good is to release it to a bigger audience. 그렇구나. Do you agree that the Big Bang patch was the death of the game? I feel like honestly MapleStory never reached the heights it had before that update. It had so many players back then. I'm gonna answer that in a second. Hey Gremlin, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Good to see you, bro. So I do think Big Bang is the biggest culprit on essentially killing MapleStory, how the game originally was. So I will talk a little bit about the Big Bang update and why it was a terrible decision, and leading up to Big Bang, I don't think KMS, Nexon Korea, did a lot of thinking and planning ahead. So here's how it went, right? I think it was around let me just finish up my conversation with my buddy here, and then I'm probably gonna go. When back in 2007, 2008, I'm not exactly sure on the year, Horntail came out and people started trying Horntail. So Zakun came out, right? And when Zakun first came out, it took people not as long, but it still took people multiple tries to conquer Zakun. Zakun became a punching bag soon after, because when they released 4th job advancement, when people were starting to get higher level, because Zakum's level is so low, not so low, but because Zakum's level is lower than Horntail and Pink Bean, he just essentially became a punching bag, because one, he didn't have much, I guess, he didn't have mechanics that required you to pay attention, really. Like, you could tank and spank Zakum. And when Horntail came out, that kind of shifted a little bit. Horntail came out not like maybe a year or so after Zakun, And Horntail introduced the element of taking buffs away, curses, and also charm, and all these things. It took the player base, the general player base, a little longer than they did for Zakun. Horntail took a little bit more analyses, patterns of skill use, which part of the Horntail does what, and all this collective people trying and attempting Horntail. They were able to gather that information and kind of get a clear understanding of how Horntail works. And when Horntail came out, same thing with Zakun. Players' levels were not that high. The average player level was maybe 150, 160, right around Horntail, probably right around where you need to be for Horntail. But after a while, people started, there were more 170s and 180s in the game. And those people started tank and spanking essentially Horntail because they knew all the patterns. They knew everything, every mechanic that Horntail did for them to conquer Horntail. Now everything was fine up until then, I think. And then the next content update came, which was Timeless Temple. And that continent, you would have a lot of quests within that continent, and it would have maps that would lead you to the final boss, just like how they did it for Leaf Ray with Horntail. You follow the map and you eventually end up in Horntail's lair, right? It's the same thing with Timeless Temple. Although the design, one could argue, is a bit more simple, and the approach was simple, but maybe that was just a philosophy while they were designing that continent, Timeless Temple. They wanted to make it straightforward, pretty direct, clear cut. Whereas Leaf Ray, you're dealing with creatures, you're dealing with humans, and there's a lot of drama. So the map design, maybe for that reason, is not as strict and rigid and direct, but there's different parts of the forest. It actually gives somewhat sense of a forest because you could enter it on the east side here, west side there. It feels large, and that map design resonates throughout the entire map. I can't open the world map here, but I'll show you. There's always you run into a lot of instances in Leaf Ray where the map kind of splits into 3 different portals or 2 different portals. If you look here, there's already a split here, left and right. If you go here, there's another split. There's all these different splits that are occurring throughout the map, where I think what the developer's intention was with the map design is that you're dealing, one, you want to give a little bit of a feeling of a forest, but compared to Timeless Temple, you're dealing with earthly creatures. There's a lot of drama, there's splits, there's stuff like that exist. But when it comes to Timeless Temple, you're dealing with gods, right? You're dealing with creatures that are not earthly. So the map design was more rigid, more direct. The quest was more direct, although it was difficult to conquer because you would have quests where you need to kill 999 mobs at high level mobs that hit you really hard and hard to kill. You would have to kill 999 of those in a big map. I mean, most people don't really think about this, but Timeless Temple maps are huge. They're huge, with mobs being like very few and spread between. The density of the monsters aren't that much in Timeless Temple. And essentially you work up that map and you get to Pink Bean, right? And that's what people did. The requirement to get into Pink Bean was way, like, the level of difficulty elevated so much from Horntail. Horntail, you had to get certain type of mats, certain type of items to enter to call Horntail, which wasn't that hard. It at max maybe take you a day, maybe a few hours if you're high enough level. But when it comes to Timeless Temple and Pink Bean, the requirement to enter and call Pink Bean was very much more, like, that ceiling just elevated to the next level. It was extremely hard to even go and attempt Pink Bean. But what happened with Pink Bean was you would enter the pink bean raid, and players have no prior knowledge, no information, and they just kind of take pink bean head on and figure it out on the way. But because you don't know anything about pink bean, and now he was doing things that Horntail wasn't doing, you would maybe survive for 5 seconds, 10 seconds before you get wiped. And you would have to collect the small amount of information that you were getting from each boss raid and share it with the community if the community wanted to share. When bosses first came out back in Korea, like let's say Pink Bean, most guilds did not want to share that info because there was a competition going on who could be the first to clear Pink Bean. So all this information wasn't public like it is now. They wanted to be the guild first. They had a lot of pride in their guild, and they felt a sense of purpose representing their guild. So these guild members, high-level players in a guild, would go try Pink Bean, and the things they learned, they would keep it insider knowledge until they conquered Pink Bean. So what happened when Pink Bean first came out in KMS back in the day is that all these guilds from different servers were trying Pink Bean, but it would take forever because the requirement to enter Pink Bean was extremely high. You had to collect a certain amount of like timeless pieces, if I remember correctly. Anyways, it was very different. It was on a different level of difficulty with Zakum and Horntail. And in conjunction, on top of that, you had no knowledge of what Pink Bean does, so when you enter, you kind of have to figure out with the information, like the very small information you're leaving that raid with, because immediately Pink Bean would use attack reflect, and if you're a Night Lord and you just don't know that pattern on when Pink Bean does that, he does it immediately as you enter the raid. You just throw a triple throw with Shadow Partner, that damage gets reflected and you're dead, and like half the raid, even if you enter with 30 people, wipes in the first 10 seconds because they have no idea what Pink Bean does. So it would take them about a week, if I remember correctly. My guild members and people that I was in contact with, like I had friendship with back in the day, they would tell me it would take about a week, collect all the materials to enter the raid, just for them to find out, just for them to like do a trial and error run that could end in a matter of minutes. So you take all of that together. Horntail took about maybe 6 months for people to really understand it and conquer it, maybe a little less. Pink Bean was a different story. Pink Bean, when it released, I don't think people ever conquered Pink Bean. People were still going at it and trying to conquer that little pink marshmallow for like a year after the content was released. And then he essentially became a punching bag when they had the Big Bang update with the max damage, uncapping the max damage from 99k to, I believe, 199k. And after that patch, people started doing more damage to Pink Bean, and more guilds in different servers were conquering Pink Bean at a faster rate. But it just seemed unplanned. So wrapping all this up into my initial point being that Pink Bean was pretty unplanned and honestly a flop in some sense, is that I think they just didn't know what they were doing, and they should have gave players and guilds from different servers an ample amount of time to conquer Pink Bean, especially when one guild was able to conquer it after a year worth of try. Because now, one, that status of being a guild, like the first guild to conquer Pink Bean, is gone. That's not something you can achieve. The knowledge from that guild is going to become public because they're going to want to talk about it now. They were the guild first, they want to flaunt. And back in the day, we didn't have YouTube. People would write in their Naver blogs. So people would go into Naver blogs and look up these guys, and they had Naver TV in Korea where you can watch a short clip in really terrible resolution, because remember, this is mid to late 2000s, where HD quality wasn't really a thing. Well, not yet. And they would share that information, and it would give people more chance to conquer Pink Bean at its initial release state. it almost feels like you cheated your way into conquering Pink Bean after the developers lifted the damage cap and with the introduction of Big Bang, like the whole algorithm for damage changed and all that. I think they should have given players at least 2 years for Pink Bean. Pink Bean deserved, as cute as he looks and as not dangerous as he looks, he was extremely potent. He was confusing. People had a hard time. They didn't understand the mechanic with the statues and what to do. It took people forever to just conquer the maps to even get to Pink Bean. You had to kill 999, 110, 120, 130 mobs. And it was a grind. It ate up so much of your potions if you didn't do it in a party. And most GMS players didn't. They didn't do it in a party. It ate up a lot of your potions, and it just it was a grind to go through all those rooms to get to Pink Bean. And once they got to Pink Bean, they realized how hard it is to even give Pink Bean an attempt, a try, the mats that are needed to summon him, and they would wipe in the first minute. And as stressful and like really as stressful and as annoying as that sounds, because it was so hard, I think the achievement and the fact that people had something that they couldn't conquer gave them something to think about and wonder about and wanting to reattempt it and conquer it even more. If you went into a boss raid and you could tank and spank it like Zakum every single time, or like how they have it in current MapleStory, where most of it is really a tank and spank unless you're in the late game content, you would probably not want to play that game. So it'll probably be extremely boring. You could tank and spank everything. Pink Bean main challenge was the timer. People needed to perfect weapons to do enough damage to beat the timer. Was the timer? Because initially, maybe that was true, that they just didn't have enough time to clear Pink Bean, and I think you're right. Pink Bean didn't give a lot of time like they did with Horntail or Zakum. But I think it took people a long time for them to figure out what each statues do, what Pink Bean does, and how to kind of work around those mechanics. Pink Bean pre-quests were insane. Yes, they were. Are you planning on playing Classic Gremlin? There should have been practice runs available that didn't cost resources. I don't agree with the practice runs. Let it be hard. Let it be hard, so when you actually do conquer it and you're wearing your timeless weapons that you can only get from Pink Bean, release something that's only exclusive to people who have cleared Pink Bean. Make it shoes, make it a cape, I don't know. It was weapons back in the day. Sure, make it so that the weapons are only exclusive to Pink Bean. But anything, maybe a title or something, anything that you could show to other players in the digital realm that you've conquered Pink Bean, that makes everything worth it for you to not have practice runs. Practice runs essentially, in my opinion, kind of robs the achievement you feel when you've conquered Pink Bean. If you can have practice runs, well, you might as well master it there endlessly, and then go try it, and then just beat it the first time you try it. Instead of practice runs, I think you need to have like but even as I say this, because I was about to say, you need to have dedicated guild members and other players who are really dedicated for that cause, and they prioritize it, so every Sunday you have enough mats to give Pink Bean an attempt again, and you get together in Discord and talk about strategizing on what you could do differently or what you learned, and take that little amount of information, accumulate it over time, and figure out how to conquer it. I think the idea of adventure, The idea of playing an MMO is all right there. The only thing that kind of gets in my way and gets in my head as I'm about to say that is that people have lives, and to ask 30 people to go to Horntail on a weekly basis and really commit a lot of time into the game for such a low return and investment, at least until they conquer it, I feel like a lot of people would hesitate, not try. And you know, I would do it. I would love to do something like that, as long as the game is fun, you know. And like, if I can train while gathering mats for Horntail, right? And that's essentially how it was, because when Timeless Temple came out, high level players and high level content all surrounded around Timeless Temple. So those mats that you were getting, that you were collecting, weren't really out of the way in a sense, because you were essentially training and farming at the same time, and it didn't feel too I guess it didn't feel much of an hassle. It felt almost it felt almost more meaningful, because you're grinding for EXP, but you're also getting loot, which is tradable, by the way. Back in the day, each timeless piece cost 4.5 mil. So you could trade those, you could gather them for pink bean, whatever it is. So it felt in a way meaningful. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of practice runs for boss raids. I think it's better. There's more sense of adventure, and the achievement is that much greater when you can conquer it after you've invested time. Unfortunately, you have to invest time and effort to get that type of gratification. They gotta find a way that that investment of time and your effort isn't as it doesn't feel too dull or mundane. It needs to be, the game, essentially the core game has to feel enjoyable, you know, and it all works off of one another, in my opinion. They didn't allow dropping items. Do you know the reason why they turned off dropping items? I'm not sure what you mean. Never tried Pink Beam because I never reached 170 plus. It would only take a Night Lord one by 180 plus, what I remember. Yep. I thought most people went to Horntail at 180 plus. That's what I remember too. Especially if you were a Night Lord, a Bowmaster, or whatever. Most people took you if you were 180 plus. Now you could take like a Dragon or like a Dark Knight at 170, because one, he has a purpose that's being fulfilled, and that purpose isn't damaged, so your level doesn't matter. And at 170, you know, you're definitely not getting one-shotted as a Dragon Knight. And as long as you bring Hyper Body, people took you in the party because it was an S tier utility skill. And from that, you just have, you know, you're still doing damage though. At 170, you're still having fun, because it's not like you're missing on Pink Bean. You're probably doing additional damage. I would call it an amplification to the Night Lords and Bowman's damage. You're just adding a little special sauce, a little sauce on top of their damage. But you felt meaningful for sure. One, because you know you're there for Hyper Body, but you're still having fun. You're still helping and contributing to the overall goal of killing Pink Bean. Like, why would they turn off that feature? What was the point? What does dropping items mean? You know the reason they turned off dropping items? Like dropping items from your inventory, or what? Yeah, from inventory. With what items? You can drop items from inventory. Are you talking about items that would drop like timeless weapons and stuff like that? Maybe they just didn't want people to abuse Pink Bean and like essentially farm Pink Bean. Who knows? I don't know. But people always find a way around it. You know, with Zakum Helm, technically it's not tradable and it's a one-of-a-kind item. But people will just take newbies into Zakum and let them loot it themselves and still get the money from them. They didn't allow dropping items from inventory at all. Talking about an art tale? You could definitely drop items from the inventory. Which server are you talking about? Oh yeah, on Artail, yeah. Artail, I think you had to either trade it or do other ways to... I don't know, it was probably a bug that they just were too lazy to fix, is my opinion. I don't know why they wouldn't allow items from being dropped. They probably ran into a bug, a source code bug within MapleStory world, client, and all this stuff, and they probably just worked around it or something, is my opinion. Because there's so many bugs on Artail that you just go, well, I wish they would have fixed this. Or the UI of the game isn't as polished. It just seems like they kind of released something and they didn't put too much care or attention to it. And it's definitely possible because Maple Land, the game that I'm playing right now, is being ran on MapleStory Worlds. So it's definitely possible, but I just feel like they were like, well, this is good enough type of vibe. It's kind of buggy, if I'm being honest. Probably a bug, yeah. I don't know why they wouldn't allow items being dropped. Let's see. That out. The best days were when Mush Mom was the biggest deal. Oh yeah, right? The Mush Mom. Mush Mom actually felt like a boss. But that's really, really throwback. That's like when everybody's average level was like 40. When you enter the game and there was like legit no way to get to Orbis because it didn't exist. I still remember when I was really young. I was playing a character, maybe a hunter, maybe an archer at level 12. I was a kid, very young, in the very early days of MapleStory. I'm just farming and training at Hennessy's Training Ground 1. And this bandit, level 50 bandit with maybe it was level 60, because I definitely remember him wearing blade fin or fin blade or whatever it's called, the level 60 dagger. And he's like, you know, he has haste, he has this cool weapon on him, he had long hair, his character had long hair, and he literally just jumped super fast up to the fourth platform. I'm on the second killing slimes, and I remember just being, wow, he's so cool. He's so cool. And I double clicked him and he was level 60 bandit, and he had haste mastered, so he's walking around and jumping around super high, running around super fast. And then he used Savage Blow on one of the enemies before leaving. I remember just thinking, wow, that's what I want to play. Wasn't it harder to find Mush Mom than to find her, since Ilbies were on the drop table? Oh, harder to find than fight. Back in the day, no. Back in the day, when even in my time when I played MapleStory in like 2004 or 5, Mush Mom was pretty much a big deal. Like you can find Mush Moms in in channels, and you would have to take your entire, you would have to take your entire friend group or people in that channel to kind of kill it with you. Those times did exist prior to everybody getting high level, and I have memories of those days. When everyone gathered around Hennessy's town, that was fun. I wonder for classic MapleStory how many people they're gonna allow per channel. In Mapleland right now it's 100, and even at 100 it does feel pretty populated, but they're talking about increasing it to 1,000 per channel, right? And that's gonna feel awesome. Fair, just meaning everybody wanted to either use or sell Ilby, so they'd hunt Mushmom and keep watch on each channel. Yeah, no, you're right. I think you and I are just talking about different year of MapleStory, different timeline of MapleStory. But I definitely do remember those days when it was essentially harder to find a Mushmom because all the high levels were farming them. You know, it was harder to find it than fight it. I definitely remember those times. It's kind of like how it is now. Once players gained enough levels and became strong enough, started farming the crap out of these low-level field bosses that had good drop rate. So Balrog, Junior Balrog, Mushmom, Zombie Mushmom, all these field bosses are now, they have like people constantly running around and changing channels to find them. The famous Henehos. There's a lot of Henehos, right? That thought they were the boss, they were the kings and queens. Unless we have like 50 to 80 channels or something, Classic's gonna be a mess. You think so? We'll see, man. I don't know if the culture of in Korean they call it 이어치기, right? It just essentially means continuous typing, kind of. What they would do, they don't have this in Mapleland, and I think they took it out because it's so obnoxious. When people would, like, you know, you have your henehos that think they run that town or whatever. You have your bullies, the cyber bullies, right? And they're just kind of hanging out by the taxi, and you kind of walk by, look back at them, make a face, walk away. Oh, they're on you, right? They want to battle, they want to fight. These guys are rabid. They're looking for blood. And what they would do, you know, these type of players and people exist in KMS too. So what KMS players would do when they engage, this is the PvP of KMS. They would type and they would click up on the keyboard key, and it would bring up what they typed the last time, and they would continuously typing on top of that. So if they said, hey, you look like Shrek, you could just click up on the keyboard and will come up. It will come up on the text. So you could, you stupid swamp monster. So they would do this, and they would click up on the keyboard, which will do that, and then they would continuously typing. And it will, like, that chat on top of your head would be never ending. It would just continuously stack on top of each other. And what you can do, you can overlap. These henehos and cyberbullies will get right into your personal space of your character, overlap your character, and cover anything that you're saying with their chat, with their continuous typing method. So no matter how much you chat, no matter how much you want to fight back, it would just get covered by the bully's chat, and you just felt so powerless because you want to get back at him. You want to tell him to F off. You want to tell him to stop, but he'll just get right on top of you, and you have no way of, unless like you're looking at the chat down here. But most people didn't. Most people were looking at the character as they were typing. And you know, these bullies have like 2 or 3 friends behind them, supporting them, and it's kind of giving them a sense of, I guess, I don't know, backing them up. Always had people next to him, and they all look obnoxious. All just dressed in the most obnoxious way. Character customization is scary. You know, they just want to stand out in all sorts of different ways, in the most different ways possible. Well, picture thousands of players popping into Maple Island. There's not going to be enough monsters for everybody. But that's what makes it fun. It'll be like that no matter what, I think, for the first few days. Maybe the first day. MapleStory isn't as big as like classic WoW, I think, here in the West. I do think there's going to be a lot of interest in players flocking to it. But it'll probably last a day where something like that happens. After about a day, it'll stabilize and you'll be alright. You'll be able to find snails and spores, all sorts of monsters in Beginner Island. No biggie, if people party up, is at least for grinding and monster killing quests, but I don't remember old MS being a game in which people gladly party with each other beyond use. Well, that really depends on the culture of that server. In KMS, people partied all the time. In Genesis Training Ground 1, in Anthill, people party up. In Slime Forest, if they in the Slime Dungeon in Elenia, if people ran into each other, they partied up. They partied up in their 30s, 40s, 50s. That depends on the subculture that exists in that server. So in KMS, they did a lot. And I think in GMS, people weren't so hesitant to party. They just never initiated. Most of the time, it had to be me that asked if the other player wanted to party. But most of the time when I did, I would either just not get a response or they would say, yeah, sure, let's do it. The reason MapleStory Global failed was because it was overtaken by VAC bots. There weren't enough mods to moderate it. VAC bots? What is a VAC bot? Vacuum? Or vacuum? Vacuum bot? I do hope they add some kind of party system like bonus XP though. Me too. That would be an update in the good direction, right? Incentivizing players to play in parties, always a good thing. Vacuum bots, yeah, they just loot everything in the map and bring monster to their position for easy automated grinding. Oh wow, I think I've seen stuff like that. Yeah, I definitely know what you guys are talking about. I just didn't know it was called. We call it something different in KMS, but I didn't know it was that big of a problem that would cause the whole game to fail. I knew it was an issue, but I thought it was a rare case. But I guess with stuff like that, right, because it's such a overpowered hack, you can essentially do it for like a single day and probably break the game's economy. Even if the 1% of the game population or 0.5% of the game population had that hack, if they did it, it would break the game, right? I would assume it's that big of a deal. hacking in general was a massive problem. Well, it's the year 2026, so hopefully they have found ways to catch people that are hacking and abusing, stuff like that. In Mapleland, they're always releasing reports of people that got banned, and they found that they had evidence and of people using illegal programs and essentially game-breaking programs. These people get caught and they just get banned. And these ban lists come up once a week, and some are long, some are not, but the fact that they're able to catch these people and they're releasing a list of people that are getting banned every week shows how active the developers are in Mapleland. And they're trying really hard to prevent people from, ruining the game. Honestly, I'm afraid this time will fail too. MapleStory has always been a game in which hacking was a part of the game, and all it did was make things harder in every way for legit players. I hope you're not right, but maybe you're right. We'll see. Yeah, I want the game to succeed. I definitely want the game to succeed. And I want the game to do well, so my friends can fall in love with the game that I fell in love with when these guys try. I don't want them to look at me and say, well, what are we playing, bro? Let's just go play Arc Raiders. Let's just go play League. What are we doing? This game is kind of like, it's okay, but I'm not falling in love with it. Even just being okay, I don't think I'll be satisfied. Because I know most people, when they give old school MapleStory a try, especially on a fresh server where everybody's new, meaning they'll have that experience that we all had as kids, grinding at Hennessy's Training Ground 1, reliving through Kerning Party Quest fresh and not knowing what to do, playing with your friends in a unique game world where individual player, you stand out, a character stands out, and character customization is really at a high detailed level in MapleStory. Like if you look at RuneScape or even WoW, in a 3D world where you can zoom in and out, it's kind of, I think it just has one of those effects that character customization ultimately fails a little bit, because everybody likes to play in a bird's eye view all the way zoomed out so they can see the world. And I just think in a game like MapleStory, where your point of view is static, it's fixed, and everybody's essentially looking at the same thing. If you're in the frame with that player, you know what that player is looking at. You know that what you see, that player sees as well. And the character customization, when you want to portray something, it's 100% being portrayed that way because of the static camera view and the point of view. If you wanted to really emphasize your red watch on your character, or your pink sunglasses that you're wearing, it won't go unnoticed, right? It's 100% sure. I think MapleStory is one of the best games when you talk about an outlet to express yourself in a digital world. Character customization is so good in this game, and there's so much variety in the game that also exists. There's really no other game that can compare to this, and like I'm thinking of WoW, or what other game is there that you could really make a comparison to? I don't think there is one, but those type of elements need to get emphasized and highlighted and elevated and be the primary focus. And I think that's what made me really fall in love with MapleStory initially, was sense of immersion was really at another level than other games I was playing as a kid. And the gameplay was obviously fun. And playing with my friends from school and my cousins in the digital world together, where you're kind of in this bright, colorful world, killing weird monsters and leveling up together while chatting, and able to express your personality through character customization is what made me fall in love with the game. And I want my friends to kind of feel that too. I want my friends to fall in love with the game, with the idea that this is not your average game in 2026, obviously, but it's more of an outlet for you to come and relax and hang out with your friends and fall in love with the game that way. Too many people are going to join the game and leave because there's no instant gratification that's being given. And let those people leave. They came to the wrong game anyway. If you're looking for a fast-paced, immediate return of satisfaction, instant gratification, those things don't really align with old school MapleStory and the design of the game. And they can go play modern MapleStory. They can play hundreds of games that exist in the gaming industry right now, where all it is just keeping you engaged and locked in and having you focus. But old school MapleStory isn't that. It's more of you kind of play the game to relax, play the game to turn your brain off, maybe talk to your buddy about something else that doesn't have to be game specific. You could talk about, how you're doing, what you've been up to, your job, life, anything. And it's more of a relaxing digital space where you can truly make great friends and make great memories with your buddies. I want my friends to feel that when they play the game, right? I want them to see the game the way I saw it when I was a kid. And in order for that to happen, the game needs to somewhat be true to how it was back in the day. And kind of build the foundation with its core purpose and core reasoning. Like Nexon NA has to be very clear and very focused on what they're trying to achieve with classic MapleStory. If it's just a money grab, cash cow that they're trying to create like they did with modern MapleStory, then let that intention be clear, But if the way they're doing it right now, where it's kind of wishy-washy, ambiguous, kind of keeping us on the edge but not really telling us much, and putting the title classic in front of MapleStory, it gets people interested and engaged, but is it really going to be classic? And if their intention is to create a classic MapleStory server, they need to make sure the core identity of that game and the purpose of that game focuses around what made old school MapleStory great, which was the fact that back in the day this game wouldn't really qualify as a relaxed game, because in 2000s all games were pretty much like this. It was kind of like you go to a mob, you grind, very grindy. So I'm sure they didn't have that in mind. It's just something that came along with it as the game released and players played. But in 2026, they need to understand what the appeal is, what the appeal for a game like this is. You can't try to force a 2D side-scrolling game to be hyper intense and locks you and makes you engage and fast-paced. That's what happened with modern, right? We don't want that. There's a certain group of people that exist in the MapleStory realm that are looking for the classic feeling, and they're gonna bring their friends and introduce the game in a certain way, probably exactly the way that I'm doing, is like telling my friends, hey, come with an open mind, but just know that you're coming into a game where it's grindy as RuneScape, if not more grindier, but it's definitely slower paced, but it's enjoyable. Give it a try. I think most people that want to introduce old school MapleStory to their friends is going to introduce it in that manner. They're going to first lay out the groundwork so they're not you know, they're not coming in anticipating, their friends are not coming in anticipating one thing, and then they just kind of totally get turned off by the fact that it takes you a whole day to go from level 10 to 20, right? Good morning, Bombastico. Good morning. I guess Latte was the other side scroller MMO with decent customization. I remember Latte, yeah. I get what you're saying, but I'd like for the game to be more balanced than the mess it was before, as charming as it was. If I tried Maple for the first time today, I don't know if I'd get into it. How many people do you know that got into OSRS without nostalgia? Well, OSRS, I gave it a good run. I gave it a good try, and I think you're making a good point in that when it comes to OSRS, well, the thing about OSRS right now is that I heard it's the most popular MMO now. So a lot of people that played WoW or Classic WoW or are just tired of how WoW has been, like the direction that WoW is going. People that are tired of it, they all flocked to OSRS. So the latest news I've heard about OSRS is that it's actually growing. Ironically, that it's becoming the most popular MMO. I think some people just really want a slower paced game that feels more meaningful and feels more purposeful. And they want to escape the instant gratification mobile-ish game. I think there's more people than we think that are trying to find a game where they can relax at and slowly grind to get achievements. And OSRS, if you've played classic MapleStory if you played classic WoW and old school WoW back in the day and you jump into OSRS, the feeling of adventure, the feeling of progression, the quest, all these things are almost at a 1-to-1 ratio. The only thing that's terrible about OSRS is the delayed input when you press the button, and if you can get over that hurdle, I couldn't get over that hurdle. I thought that was terrible. I played for a while. I got to like pretty high level and I was having fun with it, but I could never get over the delayed input issue. I don't think enough people understand that it's possible to balance MapleStory without making all classes so similar. I don't think it's that easy of a statement to make. I think we might have an idea on how we could fix an issue or what we could do to make the game better in our heads, but once things come from, when things go from head to into practice, into real life, you actualize the implementations that you've thought of, those things create a ripple effect and cause other things that you probably weren't anticipating for. And that's why I guess that's why I'm very cautious about what I think would make MapleStory great when it comes to like class balancing and stuff like that. And I guess that's probably the reason why I'm some sort of a purist when it comes to MapleStory and old school MapleStory, Whoops, just fell all the way down. The idea of grinding hours with one skill button. I know it sounds terrible, but a lot of people love it. People just enjoy knowing that there's a character that's progressing, and the investment of time feels more rewarding, more meaningful, instead of going into a game where, like let's take League for example. Super fun game, very engaging, keeps you focused, But after 40 minutes of gameplay and that game is over, unless you're playing ranked, and a rank is, I don't think, as meaningful as like progressing in an MMO, but unless you're playing ranked and earning LP, that time feels pretty much wasted, you know? So I think people just seek some meaningful way to dump their time in, and as long as old school RuneScape does, as long as there's a huge enough player base where the game feels alive, people are okay playing alone in a big world where eventually, you know, they have something to show for to the people, to the OSRS community, or in real life. I don't know how many times I've ran into people that are gamers and they ask me, have I ever played OSRS? And I'm like, yeah, I've played it a little bit. And the conversation soon after leads into them essentially flexing that they have 99 woodcutting, 99 magic crafting, or whatever it is. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. To me, you know, because I wasn't a huge OSRS fanboy back in the day, it doesn't hit as hard. But it's nice to see that they were very passionate about something and they have a huge identity behind it. And I think essentially it comes down to that. They want a reward. They want a more meaningful, purposeful reward for the time that they're investing in an MMO. You don't want people that play OSRS tend to be a little bit older, and people who want to have more of a reason why they would play the game than like looking for a quick instant gratification or something like that. That's true, but MapleStory Classic World is a good place to try making true MMO balances. I agree with that too, you know. I mean, it's a test run. You might as well try it here, because what do we really have to lose? We didn't even have MapleStory Classic or any of that type of stuff anyway to begin with. We had private servers, we had MapleStory World and Artale, and I guess if MapleStory Classic becomes adventurous and daring and try new things and implement new things, and they flop and they trip and the game turns into a complete mess, well, at least they tried, right? League is mentally exhausting. 40 min and your mental capital is depleted. I agree, man. Like, I'll play League for about 2-3 games and I have to take a break, you know. It's very intense. It's engaging. It's a well-made game. It's just a different type of game than MapleStory. MapleStory and MMOs in general are for you to kind of relax, take it easy, and have this sense of progression which feels very rewarding if meaningful. I just think a lot of games nowadays have abandoned that, especially the MMORPG industry has abandoned that philosophy, and has moved towards just grabbing people's attention as soon as possible, as early as possible, with flashy things, damage, introducing battle passes, monetizing off the people, of the player base. And you know, you need people to play the game for a long time. You want players to continue to play your game. Not only that, but you want players to be hooked in the first 10 minutes. So they release so much. Everything is so front loaded. It feels very overwhelming. It's not relaxing at all. It's actually more stressful than just playing a regular, I don't know, game in League or Fortnite or whatever we play, Valorant. There's so many things to read. There's a battle pass for no reason that I just don't even care to look at. Like, I want to enjoy the game first before I even take a look at a battle pass or any type of system like that. But everything is so front loaded. All the lore of like, I'm going to talk about classic modern MapleStory. All the lore of the character is front loaded. You just know exactly what your character is in the first 30 minutes of non-stop cutscene and animation and talking to NPCs. And you know, and then on top of that, you read an item and it has a whole paragraph on what it does. And then you read below that, it says locked potential. You don't even know what that means. You don't even know what a lot of the things in the game already means, and you have to go search what that means. What is this? What is that? And by the time you play the game for an hour, you haven't even played the game. You've just been like trying to learn what the game is trying to teach you, and you're already mentally exhausted. It's like reading a whole essay on how to play the game, and then you have a PowerPoint presentation with video that plays a video clip every, I don't know, every 5 levels when you clear a class quest, and you got to go back and talk to the NPC, and they take you into a cutscene that you don't really care to see. Well, for me, I really don't. In the beginning especially, I have no connection to that character. I know nothing about the character that I'm playing, and you know, they already want you to know the full history of his life. And another thing that as I'm talking that I thought about is that another thing that comes to my mind is, at some point modern MapleStory has really abandoned the immersive effect that you get to your player, right? You first feel, back in the day, your character represented you as a player in real life. You yourself felt immersed into the game world, and when you customize your character, you know, you were essentially the character with the Dragon Knight title. You were a Dragon Knight in the game, but now, or you were a bishop, it was you playing the bishop, it was you playing the bowmaster. But now it's like you're playing an entirely different character that's already been established. It has a story. A lot of these characters already have a like a loadout customization that's unique to that class. And I think that was a wrong approach, and I think you know, that's what ultimately makes the game feel less immersive as well. These guys really don't want to give me any items, huh? Or scrolls. Or steelies. Wonder how long I've been here. I've been talking for a while. Let's see. About an hour. So here soon. Hopefully they drop something nice. We'll see. Should probably go back to town and sell some items. I don't have enough space. Let's see, let's give him do some donations, yeah. 93. $600 dark ones. What else do I have? Let's see. I have the Berks, the Wyvern. Okay, let's give the grass. $1,106. Which private servers did you play? Do you prefer high rate or low rate? I played Maple Legends, Maple Royals, as when it comes to private servers, and I liked the 1x rate. I do. I like when the game is a 1-to-1 ratio. Level 50 bandit missing on green mushroom is not a good sign in the classic video test. It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that was weird, huh? That was pretty weird. Wonder what that was about. Maybe a bug? Hopefully just a bug. I gave this guy so many items, he better give me a discount on the magic seed. It's still, what? It's still 18,000. I've given him so much, bro. Why aren't you lowering the prices for me? Wow, I feel betrayed. I kind of feel hurt a little bit. I gave this guy so many items. He's gonna do me like this right now. I'm just gonna start selling it. Pretty bad bug. The class with the most accuracy missing is just dumb. Yeah, I wonder what was there any people talking about it? Is there any discussion going on? Did Nexon say anything? You played Maple Royals too. Oh, nice. A former classic MapleStory, old school MapleStory lover, I see. You and I are basically the same in that sense. Okay, let's go back. How is max level? The max level here in Maple Land is 200. You know how you emphasize party play as a very crucial part of KMS? I think unfortunately GMS and the classic server are aiming towards a more solo playing experience. Why do you say that? I saw a video with the theory that the mobs are not the real version of them and it's just for the test formula. There's a lot of theories going around already, huh? Things like Holy Arrow changes and heal nerf kind of gives me that vibe. Sucks because I don't like those changes either. So I do think initially when I heard about Holy Arrow and the heal nerf, it did make me think that, okay, they're trying to minimize and kind of switch they're trying to switch the cleric's image, right, from a utility heal bot, a pocket healer, and a utility buff giver like a support class, to giving them more of an identity surrounding solo play and giving them the ability to grind alone if needed. I thought about it, and I don't think, as long as they don't make changes to Holy Symbol, I think they'll still remain a strong support class with an identity of support surrounding that class. I think what they were trying to avoid for clerics, so I'll give you an example of how cleric is played here in KMS. A cleric uses heal literally from level 35 once they master heal first when they become a cleric. And once they get heal, they're stuck grinding at all the undead mobs alone, essentially until they master Holy Symbol, which is about 82-ish. But what happens is with clerics, yes, you have a party quest, a Looty party quest, then you have Orbis. They don't really go to Monster Carnival that much. What happens with most cleric users is they learn heal and they start mob grinding at all the undead monsters alone. And maybe they're trying to combat that. You know, that's my optimistic view, and giving them the benefit of the doubt. They're trying to mitigate that really boring and dull moment where they have to farm coolie zombies from level 50 to 82. And they're trying to give more of an agency for them to explore and go to different training areas to get over that hurdle. And when it comes to heal nerf, it's not a direct translation to, oh, okay, they're trying to take away like the identity of a cleric. No, maybe there's a new formula or an equation or an algorithm that's being at play in the background that we don't know about, where a reduced heal isn't as crucial as we think it is when the game actually comes out. Maybe they have a new algorithm to damage. Maybe everybody will have a higher HP pool base. And honestly, heal was really OP anyway. Like if you heal a Dragon Knight with Hyper Body, and when I use Hyper Body, I have about 12k HP, they can heal me full in 2 heals. And maybe they're trying to reduce the effectiveness of heal to keep the clerics maybe a little bit more on their toes, a little bit more engaging. You know, just reducing that a little bit down, but not to a point where they now become solo warriors, solo holy mages. No, I think when they learn Holy Symbol and they go into 3rd job advancement, as long as, because we don't know yet what's going to be in the 3rd job advancement. So like I said, I want to emphasize that I'm looking at this through the lens of optimism in the hopes that this game does well. Maybe in the 3rd job, when priests come out, there won't be any big changes or big things that give him more agency to grind alone and solo. Now, if it comes out and the Shining Ray in the 3rd job skill is doing a lot more than it did previously, then I think I would say, okay, maybe I was wrong. They're trying to change the class identity from support to another, I don't know, a different type of holy mage, I guess. And they're gonna grind alone and solo. Maybe they'll remove holy symbol at that point. Maybe they just don't see the need and they'll compensate it by giving extra XP as long as you're in a party. And the more people in a party, the more XP you get. At that point, it's a completely different system. Same game, but different system. And it's gonna change. It's gonna have a ripple effect into people coming up with new areas to party at, new ways to grind. A change into what's already established. Party compositions are going to change. Maybe bishops and clerics won't be as necessary as we think. And at that point, you know, what happens? Like, are bishops gonna be... If holy symbol doesn't exist, what do priests do? Do they just solo grind? Or are they gonna do as much damage? Because they would need to do as much damage as a Night Lord or a bowman or any other damage dealer in order to earn themselves in a party. Things like holy symbols getting nerfed 100. That is my prediction. Well, I think they would have to do a lot of work to making sure that doesn't rob the priest of their slot in a party. At that point, who would take a priest in a party? I would assume the reason heal was nerfed while holy arrow was buffed was to make so holy arrow gets used over just spamming magic claw over it. I think they're trying to alleviate the second job advancement, but they might really just try. They really could just be aiming to make clerics more individuals. And give them more agency to just solo grind their level. Solo grind through their levels. Damn, you're right. What is the point of a priest in a party if it doesn't have holy symbol? You would literally take even a bandit over them at that point. Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, it's really hard to come up with any type of conclusion until MapleStory themselves give us a concrete statement or an idea of how the game is going to be released. We can speculate and kind of form judgments off the little things we know, but sometimes those theories have holes. If, for example, like essentially a lot of people think holy symbol will be nerfed, but unless Nexon is dumb, they won't nerf holy symbol because you're gonna completely kill off the priest class in general. Nobody, if you just give bonus EXP and that was the only reason people that was the only and unique reason people party together, at that point there's really no need to have a priest in the party. And that's why I say priests are kind of like the glue when it comes to party-centric game style and the game style of the East, of the KMS and JMS and CMS. Priests act like a glue to bring people together, and they fulfill that support role really well. It can be a little bit boring, but because of you, once you understand that all of the party grind, party training methods, and everything, essentially the experience of MapleStory is possible through the skill called holy symbol. It gives the people reason to be uncomfortable, and it gives the people a reason to get together and put in the work to find the party to train together. If holy symbol didn't exist, at least here in KMS, it would be so controversial. The game would take a 180 shift and probably nosedive into oblivion and non-existence. That's how big Priest's holy symbol is at the game level, and especially at the culture level, at the level above that, where the KMS culture really prefers and they prioritize party-centric game style. Just like buffing Priest AoE instead is not a good solution over nerfed HS. No, it's not. So, you know, why are we playing MapleStory? What's the reason people are excited for? Why are people excited for classic MapleStory? What's the reason we played old school MapleStory? I think it's because we all have that memory of playing with one another and have memories that really allowed us to relive our inner childhood in some sense. And maybe we were of course we were children back in the day, but I think people are excited to relive that inner child in them when they play MapleStory and get to meet new people in a world where you feel really immersed through the in-depth character customization you can have in the game and the outlet of expressing yourself, which is character customization. From, you know, it's very high level of the ability to customize your character, the ability to showcase your personality and your sense of style, I guess, or who you are, is at a higher level than any other game. And you add on top of that element, you add another element to it where the game is pushing you with these party buff skills to play together in a party, and everything kind of fits in for you to feel immersed and feel connected with your character and feel like you're in a bigger world than just your average everyday mundane life routine of going to work, coming home, and, you know, going to your bed or whatever it is that you do. It's like a playground. Another thought I had was that bandits seemed too good compared to other classes. 20% chance crit with a 90% chance to get a 35 attack buff. Where did you see these things? Where did you see this information? Curious. Was it officially released from Nexon, or someone take a screenshot of other people showing these skills? Because if it's still, my thing is this, that does sound really, I have a couple of points about that. Is that, one, yes, it does sound really good, but if it's not officially released from Nexon and it's just something that people took screenshots of or recorded in a beta phase of the game, it's not cemented and it's not concluded. We don't know if that's going to be the final stage of how bandits are going to be, what their skills are going to entail. Another thing is, if bandits get that type of buff, that means other characters are going to get either similar or something, other buff. They're going to get buffed either in a similar level, a similar intensity, or maybe even at a lower intensity. And also the algorithm and gameplay might be completely different. So 35 attack to us in old school MapleStory, what does your mind go to? My mind goes to 3.5 work gloves that are all 10 attack damage, right? That gives plus 10 weapon attack. So it does seem a lot, but in this new world where so many things are different, damage, the algorithm for damage and weapon attack damage might be different as well. And how much the main stat attribution, the main stat for that character, like strength or dex or luck, how many, like, we don't even understand how important these main attribute stats are going to affect the character, to what degree, and is it still going to be the same old of weapon attack equals more damage? I'm sure it'll influence the character's damage by a good margin, but is it going to be the same as we understand it? I think not. I think there's going to be, just by looking at all the changes that they're making and they're bringing, and even the words that are being spoken from the developer himself, I kind of get a feeling that this is going to be a game that we are not familiar with. Going to be something, it's going to be, we're going to be familiar with it, but in the algorithm down below, behind the scenes, how things are being worked, especially with crit ratings now, it's going to be a different game. I just saw a video of a guy going over the skills. We'll see, man. I think we'll see what the official release when it comes, or when Nexon actually releases the official information that they're gonna go with. We'll see from there how much conclusion we can draw up from. But right now, I think it's still pretty premature. Still premature to form a judgment and pass judgments, and it's really for funsies. Kind of like just having some, like, entertaining the thought of how the game's gonna be. I do think the bandits still with I do like the idea of changing steel though, making it into a skill that can give you an active buff and making you strong, because steel is really underwhelming. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking when they were making steel initially. Well, they probably didn't know the game was gonna grow in the direction that it did, but steel is very underwhelming. It needed a change, and I'm glad they're looking at skills like steel on bandits and revamping it to give it more meaning and more usage. All I know is I have no idea if it will be good or not. Completely 50-50 on. Me too, I'm on that boat too. I don't know if it's gonna be good or not. I think all I can do right now is just kind of wait patiently for any official statements or any type of official release of trailer or anything like that to come out. Kind of see. But by the state of it and how things are done, although the event is not done yet, the event is still in the first half, right? Like, I think it's going on for about 3 weeks, if not a month. And it goes into February, the event, so maybe they'll give more concrete, maybe a release date, hopefully around that time. 혹시 환경의 영향으로 자연스럽게 바이링구 되신 건가요? 네, 맞습니다. 환경이 영향이 크긴 했죠. Feels kind of funny. Get a quick 35 attack morale boost by robbing someone. Yeah, right. The idea, I guess that's the idea of it, but it is kind of funny that they just, hey, here you go, use steel because it'll make you stronger for 60 seconds or 30 seconds. 제가 영어를 공부하고 싶은데 지미 키멜 쇼 같은 거 미국인이 자주 쓰는 말투인가요? 네, 맞아요. 지미 키멜 같은 경우에는 거의 대중화된 영어를 쓰긴 하죠. 또 공중파에서 방송을 하는 사람이다 보니까 대부분이 알아들을 수 있도록. I think I found the party, so I'm gonna go try out this place that I've never been to. So Dragon Roar party for Dragon Knight, so let's see what it's about. I'm gonna turn my VPN on. 제일이 26. Where's 26? 26. You guys see 26? Oh, right here. Guy is, wow, he is impatient. He is messaging me like back channel, dude, back channel. All right, man. What is this party composition? I've never been in this party. Looks like a Zakum run party. I know, right? So many high level play. What is this? I wonder if this is just it right here, like this. Simple. This is my first time being in this party. I am like extremely low level for this party, I think. What's going on there exactly? Well, we have a party here where we have 3 dragon knights here stacking on top of each other using dragon roar, and then you have a priest who's healing us to keep the dragon roar going, right? So we're killing dark wyverns this way. And then you have a level 174 Shadower up at the top. You see him going up here? I think he clears, yeah, on the platform way up there. He kind of takes care of those up there by himself. And then you have a level 137 Dark Knight, 175 Dark Knight, and a 116 Dragon Knight, which is me, spamming Dragon Roar to kill the dark wyverns that surround this platform, or that surrounds us. The idea is essentially same as the entrance to Skynest and Leafray, where you're killing harps and berks, but here you're just doing it at the dark wyverns. I think this is going to be a bit slower than if I went to go kill the berks and the harps at the Skynest entrance. 여기 로어 파티는 레벨 몇부터까지인가요? 다크 와이번이니까 아마 한 110 정도는 돼야 하지 않나. 근데 지금 파티 구성을 보면은 용기사분들이 다 다크나이트거든요. 4차 하신 분들. 그래서 제가 좀 일찍 온 게 아닌가 싶기도 하고 것 같아요. 지금 경험치를 보면은 잘 많이 먹지는 못하는 것 같아요. 하이브를 가면 이것보다는 더 먹을 것 같은데 흰 경험치를 많이 먹으니까 일단 뭐 1시간 하기로 했으니까 1시간은 해야죠. (175) 당나도 같이 로어 쓰는 건가요? 그런 것 같아요. 175분도 여기서 지금 로어를 쓰고 계신 것 같은데, 위에는 섀도워님이 혼자서 밀고 계시는 것 같고, 여기 밑에는 다크나이트 2분, 저 포함해서 용기사까지 포함해서 로어를 3명이서 쓰면서 거의 파티 구성이 하이비랑 비슷한 것 같아요. 제가 볼 때. Paying to party is still a culture shock. Really? Well, I mean, it makes sense in KMS. I think everybody's more considerate of each other's time. It really comes down to the culture level. They take this game and they try to maximize efficiency while trying to, you know, because Korean people are very different culturally than us. They're very considerate. At the surface level, people are very considerate of another's peace, of others' time. So, yeah, I think all of that plays into people paying one another to party up with each other. 그럼 용기사부터 175까지 해도 상관없다는 거네요. 그렇게 단정을 짓지는 못하는 게 저는 모르는 거라, 여기 175 오신 분이 파밍하려고 온 거일 수도 있고 그래가지고 잘 모르겠어요. 저는 지금 파티 경험치 617에다가 보너스 경험치 154가 들어오잖아요. 그럼 한 770 정도 된다는 건데 한 마리당 정말 안 오르는 거거든요. 제가 하입 가면은 흰경을 먹으니까 그래도 한 1000 얼마씩 먹는 걸로 하는데 1000 얼마씩 먹는 걸로 기억을 하는데 여기는 좀 덜 먹으니까 pay to party, yep, pay essentially partying up with a high level priest or it's basically to cover potions at high level. So I'll give you an example. In lower level up to about level 70, 80, and even at the Berks, you pay the priest a certain amount of money to kind of take care of you. And you know, there's this culture around priests where we have to pay the priest to be in a party with you. Now, that's not always the case, but that's about 80% of the time that's true. Sometimes you have to pay, like when you come to these endgame content maps, sometimes you have to pay the person that's grinding at a platform where they're not getting healed by the priest. So for example, in this map, the shadower upstairs, he's probably getting paid to participate in this party, to make this party run possible. And he's essential because of him, the Dragon Knights, including myself, the Dark Knights, are able to kind of farm a little bit more comfortably. And the priest kind of comes and she has a lot of work to do for an hour, whereas a Dragon Knight, I can sit here and hold down one button, move every 4 minutes, because, you know, that's the client itself kind of making my character, it stops my character from, there's an input, purposefully put in input mechanic where after 4 minutes of holding down the same button, the character stops doing whatever the button is meant to do. So you have to move around a little bit. You know, it's to kind of prevent people from going 100% AFK pressing down one button. But aside from that, there's really not much that I have to do. I just sit here and press down one button, move around once in a while. The priest has to go around cleaning up, looting everything, keeping us with holy symbol I believe the holy symbol lasts for about 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes, and loot all the items and keep us healed. In Artel, we don't need to pay the party, but if you want to leech from Bishop or Mages, you need to pay 15 mil to 25 mil an hour. You sit there and don't need to attack, you just go AFK for an hour. Yeah, it's a different style, man. It's a different style of gameplay, that's all it is. When you pay to party, it doesn't really cost that much money anyway. Nothing crazy. Like, I just paid 750k to come into this party for an hour. Ultimately, I think it was a mistake because now I've locked myself in a Dragon Roar party for an hour. When I think using Dragon Roar for an hour is kind of boring. But I think it was still overall good because I get to show you guys a different training ground that exists. I can also record this and make it into a shorts later on. This is kind of fast too. It's faster than sheep's. We'll see. I think I started at what, 12%? It might be faster than the sheep. Not terrible. It allows me to kind of like look at my phone, order coffee. What I'm about to do. About to be here for a bit. And actually talk to you guys more about any other topics that we need to talk about, or you guys want to talk about. Wouldn't doing YouTube be faster newts or skellies. I don't think there's a party composition or party training method that exists around newts or skellies for warriors, unfortunately. Until you get to about like 160, 170 plus, and you've learned Berserk with Rush, you really can't get into a party. You'd be solo grinding, and it's too much money to solo grind there. It costs too much money. Like, the urgency for money, the desperation to save money for potions is very real in Maple Land. It kind of hurts to farm in a place where they damage you for a lot. So, you know, you have to be careful. You have to be careful to go not waste all your money in a span of 2 hours. Like, I went to go party grind at the Skelligos and Skelligons for about an hour when, like, one of the viewer offered to give me a leech, but it's not a leech because I have to be responsible for a platform that respawns one mob, and I have to kill that mob for her to spam Genesis to clear all the other mobs. Anyways, I got into that party and I'm essentially training at Skelligons and Skelligos, and I use about 900 to 1,000 ICs per hour. In translation, that's about, how much money is that? 100 ICs is about 230k, so 1,000 would be about 2.3. That is a lot of money if you look at how much money that I have. Imagine spending 2.3 mil per hour, and all the money you have is about 10k or 10 mil. You know, you're not even gonna last a full day in there. So you just have to be a little bit more mindful, because the urgency for meso, the meso shortage is definitely real. Yeah, even in Artel, buying pots as a warrior sucks. Probably like 700 mil on ramen. Had I known this, I would never made a DK. DK is very expensive to play. I did not know that either, but I guess it's one of the cons of DK. They're very expensive to play. You rely a lot on priest, but until you get to, when you get to Dark Knight and you master Beholder, and the buff that Beholder gives you, especially the healing 400 HP every 5 seconds, it's huge. It's huge. As long as you're a little bit more mindful on how you control your character, position your character well, and try to dodge or not get hit as much as possible, that 400 healing that comes in every 5 seconds is huge. I want some Korean fried chicken. DK is strong in Artel, the strongest in Artel warrior class. All classes are expensive to play except maybe Shadow or Alley warrior. Well, also heroes get a huge damage mitigation with Power Guard, which both paladins and heroes have. And I've did some comparison, and it's almost like I take almost double the damage as a Dark Knight compared to a hero or a paladin. Paladins especially take less damage when they go the shield build. Yeah, in Artel, once you just got the snowstorm warning, yeah, be careful, bro. Man, be careful. That snowstorm, I would drive very slowly or try to tell your supervisor or whoever to say, hey, can I just wait this out because it's sketch. Yeah, Yeah, in Artel, once you get past a certain point, you don't really need to worry too much. I feel like it's a lot different here in Mapleland, however. Power Guard is so OP, it's like 70% damage. Yeah, it's really broken. Power Crash or whatever DKs get feels so useless. This Power Crash, yeah, absolutely useless. DK can one-hit skillies. Hero needs 2 hit. This will save a lot of pots in the too. That's true. If you know, one of the, in a game like MapleStory and Mapleland, just MapleStory in general, in a 2D side-scroller, the reason why damage is king, and the reason why damage is ultimately, end of the day, the most important, most important thing, element in the game is for that. It's like, more damage you do, you can clear the raid boss quicker, but also, the quicker you kill the mob, you don't give the mob a chance to use their magic attack, right? If anything, you kind of run into them, which 90% of the time hits a lot less than when they actually use a magic attack. So the faster you can kill them once they respawn and not give them an opportunity to attack is another metric that people look at closely, especially the KMS community. They're very wary of players who can't kill mobs in 2 hits or at least 3 hits. Unless you're in a position where you're coming in to get leeched, you're exceptionally low level for that map. People are like, they told me to change my spear to Maple Spear because I had 1 less accuracy than I need to essentially go no miss, right? Like right now my accuracy is sitting at 164 and you need 139 accuracy to ensure that you never miss on Dark Wyverns. Well, I had 138 with my level 100 spear, and they told me that even hitting 1 miss can really mess up. It's just better for you to not hit a miss than for you to hit a miss. And honestly, it's true. They're 100% correct, especially in a party setting like this. It'd be different if I was using Spear Buster like at Burks and I hit 1 miss out of the 3 line every 100 hits. In a party setting like this where I'm using Dragon Roar and you're animation locked for at least 2 to 3 seconds, if you hit a miss, it's detrimental. It makes a huge difference. And for me right now, it doesn't really matter if I wear my 100 spear or not. And the reason why I just was like, whatever, I don't really care, is because these guys are so much higher level than I am that there's no way that I'm gonna get the white EXP from the monsters. I'm just gonna be constantly getting yellow, which means I didn't do the most damage to that monster, so I'm just getting a second tier of EXP. EXP being shared, it's, you know, there's 2 tiers. If you do the most damage when that monster dies, you get the white EXP, you get more EXP. But if you don't do the most and you just do, like, you just did damage to the monster, then you get the yellow EXP. I think DK is OP in Artel. You basically see DK everywhere in every raid run. DK is definitely OP in Artel. Hero should always be stronger in almost any case. Here in Artel, they're on par with Hero. Also, Hyper Body is mandatory in Artel, whereas in Mapleland, it's not as important. Whereas in Mapleland, it's not that important because everyone gets like 30k HP potential with HP pots. That's not Mapleland. I think you misspoke. Hyper Body is very essential still in Mapleland. I do think heroes need to hold that space of being the strongest warrior class. I think if you make Dragon Knights and Dark Knights on par with the damage that heroes are doing, it kind of diminishes the existence of hero, especially because they don't bring an S tier utility skill like Hyper Body. into the mix. All they have is like rage. And their whole kit just seems like a damage dealing class. So I think they should be above DK for sure, and maybe on par with Night Lords, even to that degree. One stay master in rage, advanced combo attack and brandish. I think they, you know, after about 10, 20, 30 levels, you should be on par with higher DP. And that's how it is here in Maple Land. Doesn't Maple Land make HP increase potions readily available in shops? No, they don't. I think heroes should hold the strongest spot for warriors, but not in art. You've been lied to. Who told you that? Like, there's no consumable items in Maple Land that is game breaking. At least not to my knowledge. I don't even know what HP increase potions are. I don't know what you're talking about. 협동 로어는 어떤 식으로 굴러가요? 저도 여기 처음 와보는 건데 보니까 이렇게 진행되고 있거든요. 다크나이트 로어를 쓰시는 분들이 다 다크나이트고 일단 레벨이 굉장히 높으셔요. 저만 약간 레벨이 낮은 편에 속하는데 위층에는 섀도워 분이 밀고 계시고 섀도워 말고 다른 분 뭐 히어로나 아무나 와도 되는 곳 같은데 여기는 일단 섀도워 분이 계시고 하이비랑 굉장히 비슷한 구조인 것 같아요. 여기 허밋 분은 그냥 매업캐로 있으신 것 같고 경험치 얼마나 먹었는지 한번 볼까요? 30분에 70만. 그러면 1시간에 340만. 숟갈보다 조금 더 잘 오르네요. 그쵸? 근데 내가 볼 땐 여기보단 하입에서 가서 사냥하는 게, 하입에서 롤을 쓰는 게 훨씬 더 좋은 것 같아요. So I get about 3,400,000 EXP per hour here. And I think it's a little bit more than what I got at the Berks. I was killing the sheeps. The Leafray Forest of Crossroad. I think I would get more EXP at the Sky Nest using Dragon in that party, using Dragon Roar to Harps and Berks than here at Dark Wyverns. It's not terrible. I mean, it's definitely a change of scenery, a change of pace. Not really a change of pace, I guess. It's just sitting there using Dragon Roar, so. But it's a change of scenery, which is nice. Leveling much faster here. I think you just feel that way. Because when I compare, it's about the same. When you actually look at the numbers, it's not that much different here compared to other places I've been. Now, it's definitely faster here than solo grinding, yes, 100%. Solo grinding at Rashes or anywhere else by myself, extremely inefficient. Why don't you train at Gobies? I think the map itself is pretty expensive, number one, and the fatigue is too real. Swimming around all that map, I'm pretty sure I could do it for a few hours, but I would get fatigued. I could do it. Gobies give what, like 1600, no, 1300 EXP per Gobi? I don't think it will give as much as EXP as you think it will, though. I think I probably get relatively the same, if not more EXP here, party training in Leafray. And the thing about Gobies is that when you hit the Gobies home, if you can't kill it within a certain amount of time span, they put on the you know, they put on that buff where you can only hit them for one. And you have to kill their home. You have to destroy their home before they put on that buff. Because if you can't kill that home fast enough, then it's pretty inefficient. You're good, man. You don't need to say my bad. We're just talking about whatever, right? But what happens for Gobies in Mapleland is that high-level players, they kind of nerfed this now. But it used to be that high-level players will take low-level players at to Gobies and leech them for a lot of money. And you would pay essentially 4 to 5, maybe even more money, which is a lot of money here in Mapleland. And they will speed run you from like level 50 to 70 in like a day or two. Essentially speed run you that entire unbearable spectrum of level. And even onward, like after you got your 3rd job advancement and you're level 70 plus, some people still, if they had the money, would go back to Gobies and get Gobi leech from a high level player who can break the Gobi house without the Gobi house triggering or effectively using a buff that would mitigate all physical damage. And they would just kind of do that over and over. Each player would pay a lot of money and they would take a party of 4 or 5 people and bring all the Gobies down for an hour, and they, you know, and players would leech off of that. Hunters would use arrow boom. You know, if you had like if you had like an ice lightning mage that will use anything, like usually arrow boom was really nice, so they would always look for a hunter that had an arrow boom, and they would spam arrow boom at the Gobies, essentially stunning them, so other players can hit the Gobi without the Gobi going crazy all over the map. Because hunters already have high level of accuracy, so they had no issue hitting the Gobi and triggering arrow boom. And as long as you hit the Gobi one time, you're still gonna get the EXP. So you would take a hunter, maybe a level 70 plus hermit with an avenger will go there. Dragon Knights can go there with Thresher, like level 70, 80, sometimes even 90. Probably, I didn't see much 90s, but 70s and 80s would go to Gobi leeches, and they would get leech from really high level player like a hero, bowmaster, whatever it is, and they'll collect a lot of money. And in order to combat that, Mapleland actually released a patch, essentially making that all a non-factor now. You have to be within you have to be within 5 levels of the monster that you killed to earn even a significant amount of EXP. I think that's what they did. I'm not exactly sure how they how it is, but the whole idea of leeching, where you sit there and you don't do much and the other character plays for you and you can just AFK, they're combating that hard. They're trying to kill that at the root. And even when you get into a party where it's a quote-unquote leech here in Mapleland, you have to still farm and grind in your own given platform, or else you won't get the EXP. They have a system in place where it can detect if you are AFK or not. If you haven't hit a mob within a certain amount of time, it will stop giving you EXP. 습갈 안 하시나요? 습갈은 아까 조금 했는데 여기 고학을 보고 협동해서 로어 라스트 한 분 구한다고 해서 처음 와보는 거거든요, 여기를. 그래서 한번 경험도 해볼 겸 와서 협동 로어는 어떻게 진행하는지 궁금해가지고 잠깐 와봤는데 좀 별로인 것 같아요. 제가 또 레벨이 낮은 것도 있고 경험치가 많이 빨리는 파티 구조라 안 좋게 느껴지는 걸 수도 있는데 경험치는 별로인 것 같아요. 차라리 여기 올 바에는 하입을 가가지고 하입에서 하는 게 더 나은 것 같긴 한데 아직까진 잘 모르겠네요. 근데 좀 별로인 것 같아요. 아직까지 지금 한 40분 정도 했는데. Hey, did you know that in Maple Classic that what they are doing is you don't gain party XP if you haven't hit a mob in over 10 seconds. That's pretty similar to how they're doing things in that's pretty similar to how they're doing things in Maple Lands. I think it's a good thing. I think the whole leeching system should die. Get away from leeching, I think. 로어 사냥 별로 안 좋아하실 것 같은데 로어 사냥 좀 지루하긴 하죠. 특히 방송하면서 로어 사냥 별로 안 좋아해요. 로어 사냥은 이제 방송 안 할 때 내가 핸드폰을 보거나 유튜브를 보면서 쉴 수 있는 시간에 동전을 꼽아놓고 다른 일을 할 수 있는 그런 걸 하면서 하면 좋은데 굉장히 방송할 때는 이제 방송에 집중해야 되고 보는 재미도 없고 솔직히 로어는. 근데 여기 협동은 처음 와보는 거라 이번만 딱 와보고 다시는 안 올 것 같아. 효율도 그렇게 좋지 않고 지루하기도 하고. 지금 보면 43분 거의 45분 했는데 260만 먹었거든. 숲갈이 1시간에 310만인가 320만 정도를 줘요. 여기가 숲갈보다 못 먹는다는 소리잖아요. 거기다가 또 돈은 75만원 들어가고 득템 할 그런 기회조차도 없고 그런 걸 노리면서 사냥해야 약간 재미도 더 있고 한데 그런 게 아예 없으니까 좀 심심하긴 하죠. 잠시 동전 꼽고 커피 가지고 올게요. 커피가 도착했는데 주문한 거. I'll be right back. 한번 움직여주고 다시 동고. 그냥 꿀이다. 편하긴 하죠. 편하긴 해요. 그 와이번 드롭 테이블이 괜찮은 걸로 알고 있는데, 그래도 좋은 걸 좀 소지하고 있는 친구인 걸로 알고 있는데, 다크 와이번이 먹을 수 없다는 게 좀 아쉽긴 하죠. 저번에 하입에서 로어 파티 하면서 레전 떴던 게 기억나네. 정말 부러웠는데, 일단 하입에서 나오는 아이템들은 다 프리가 먹기 때문에. Hello, my name is Johnny Deb. Hello, Johnny Deb. Welcome to the stream. 안녕하세요, 용주먹님 어서오세요. 마인탕님 계실 때 협동 한번 해야 하는데, 마인탕님 있으면 편하긴 하죠. 피나카 잘 쓰고 계신가요? 아, 피나카 주신 분이네. 피나카 아주 잘 쓰고 있습니다. 감사합니다. 근데 여기 와서 눈치 주셔가지고 파티원 분들이 명중률 1이라도 딸리면 베리트로 바꾸라고 해서 베리트 끼고 로어 쓰고 있어요. 아쉽게도 명중률이 딱 1이 딸렸거든요. 딱 1. 다크와이번이 139가 필요한데 피나카 끼고 블레스 받고 신발도 명중 신발을 딱 신으면 138이 되거든요. 근데 미스 한 번도 용납 안 된다 하셔가지고 벨트 끼고 사냥하고 있습니다. 벨트 끼고 로어 쓰고 있습니다. (120) 이후에 솔플로도 파사효율 80% 정도만 나오는 루트를 만들어줬으면 좋겠어요. 인썸님은 히어로가 아니고 팔라딘을 키우셨어야 하지 않나. 빡빡하네요. 그러게요. 좀 빡빡하시네요, 사람들. 어차피 지금 여기 데미지 들어가는 거 다크나이트 다른 분들하고 비교했을 때 정말 그냥 이미 완성된 요리에 그냥 참깨만 뿌리는 느낌으로 로어가 간질간질한데, 다크와이번한테 제 데미지가 일단 미스 뜨면 안 된다고 하니까 어쩔 수 없죠. 솔플 루트를 80% 효율로 만들면 글쎄요, 많은 분들이 솔플을 할 것 같기는 한데 좋기는 하겠죠. 왜냐면 이제 늦은 시간이나 또 제가 파티를 할 때는, 제가 이제 방송하고 게임을 할 때는 대부분 한국은 굉장히 늦은 시간, 이제 새벽을 들어가는 그 시간이기 때문에 파티를 일단 찾는 게 좀 어렵기도 하고, 나중에 가면 갈수록, 지금은 그래도 새벽에 숲갈이나 하입 같은 곳은 충분히 많이들 하시거든요. 그래서 파티를 찾는 데는 그렇게 스트레스 받는 건 없는데, 불화 같은 경우는 다른 이유로 스트레스가 받는 거고, 하시는 분들은 많은데 이제 뭐 프리가 부족하다고는 할 수 있겠지만, 일단 불화는 하시는 분들은 많은데, 내가 채널을 사서 파티를 구성을 꾸리고 파티원을 모집해야 한다는 게 아예 불화둥에 대한 개념이 없는 사람으로서는 좀 스트레스가 커요. 그래서 그건 따로 힘들고, 만약에 나중에 진짜 몇 년 후에 메이플랜드가 지금 유저수는 충분히 건강하다고 보는데, 게임이 이제 뭐 무슨 이유로 인해서 잘 안된다, 잘 안 돌아간다, 유저수가 계속 빠진다 라고 했을 때는 솔플 루트를 만들어줘야 하지 않나, 그렇게 생각을 해요. 왜냐면 제일 파티 사냥에서 제일 필요한 게 인원 아니겠습니까? 플레이어 유저가 있어야 파티도 할 수 있는 거고, 파티 사냥이라는 걸 일단 시작하기 위해서는 4명이든 5명이든 6명이든 모여서 해야 하는 거니까. 근데 옛날 생각해보면 우리 시간의 신전에서 대부분 솔플하지 않았나요? 난 시간의 신전에서 옛날에 파티를 맛있게 짜가지고 맵을 나눈 다음에 사냥한 걸 전혀 못 본 것 같아요. 그냥 그 캐스트를 빨리 만족하기 위해서 고래분들이 파티 구성이 어떻게든 상관없이 파티 해가지고 사냥했던 건 기억이 나는데, 뭔가 맛있게 파티를 구성을 잘 짜가지고 파티 사냥을 했던 기억은 잘 없거든요. 근데 메이플랜드의 커뮤니티 유저들은, 게임 유저들은 그런 것도 이제 다 연구해가지고 효율 잘 나오게끔 잘 할지 궁금하네요. 지금 보면 크림슨 우드도 많이 연구 중이라고 하시던데, 근데 뭐 마인탕님은 또 하시는 말이 이미 연구 다 끝났다, 벌써 파티 사냥 진행하고 있다라고 하시는데, 그렇게까지 빨리 한 거면 진짜 빨리 한 거거든요. 크림슨 우드가 이제 나온 지 일주일 정도밖에 안 됐는데, 일주일도 안 됐을 거예요 아마. 근데 그 넓은 맵들을 다 연구해서 효율 나오는 맵을 찾아서 파티 사냥을 하고 있다면 정말 대단한 거거든요. What level were you when you quit OSMS? The question should be more around like, what's the highest level you got in OSMS? Because I played OSMS on different characters, and each character got to a certain level before I quit and made another character. You know how we were when we were kids. At least that's how I was. I couldn't play a single character for too long. I would kind of get bored. I got to about level 90 something in Dragon Knight. I think that's the highest I got as a kid. 이제 조금 있으면 1시간 다 맞출 것 같은데, 한 4분 정도 남았거든요. 근데 360 채울 수 있을라나? 제가 숲갈에서 제일 많이 먹어본 게 1시간에 360만이거든요. 숟갈인가? 파입인가? 하여튼 협동 로어 파티는 일단 별로 안 좋다고 생각합니다. 올 필요가 없다 굳이. 차라리 여기서 75만원 80만원 돈 내고 하는 것보다 숲갈 가서 40만원 내고 힐케어 받으면서 사냥하면서 호진공창도 노려보고 블러드 대거도 노려보고 그리고 잡템이나 뭐 이제 주문서도 나오거든요. 그런 거 다 노려보면서 숲갈에서 하사하는 게 훨씬 더 나은 것 같아요. $360만 먹겠네요. 그죠? 와, 섀도어님은 진짜 많이 드셨네. 1700만 1시간에. 아, 2시간 하셨구나. 1700만이면 한 850만? 간당? 어? 인제요? 인제는 시베리아 옆이다. 인제라는 곳이 그런 마을도 있나요? 처음 들어보네요. 아, 근데 우리 프리님 지금 엄청 프리님 지금 우리 프리님이 웃기신 게 정말 대단하신 게 로어가 조금이라도 멈추면은 바로 캐치하셔서 알려줍니다. 조니님 로어 고장났어요. 뻥장님 로어 고장났어요 하면서 계속 이제 업데이트 해주시고 뭔가 빠뜨빠뜨 지금 한국은 새벽 4시 반인데 아주 살아계셔요. 아주 빠딱 서 계셔요 지금. 완전 집중하셨어. 거기다가 이제 채널 채팅까지 하고 계시거든요. 다른 사람과 소통하며 파티 원활하게 잘 돌아가는 기여 역할도 하시면서 대단하시네요. 조니님 방송 오래 하시면 대박 나실 듯요. 첫 방송 봤을 때도 제가 말했는데 느낌이 듭니다. 오래 하세요. 나중에 500명 이상 볼 듯. 너무 감사합니다. 좋은 말 해주셔서 너무 감사해요. 꾸준함이 다 이긴다. 멋진 말을 하시네. 영어로는 그 말이 consistency is, 그러니까 많은 말이 있는데 consistency is king 그런 말? 꾸준함이 최고다. 꾸준함이 다 이긴다. consistency is the 그리고 또 하는 말이 consistency is the hardest part. 꾸준함이 제일 어려운 파트다. 그런 말이 있어요. 모든 면에서 방송이 됐든 뭐 내가 사업을 시작했든 뭐가 됐든 꾸준하게 한 일을 시작했으면 끝을 보는 게 좀 힘들거든요. 근데 어렸을 때부터 저는 일단 여러분들은 모르겠지만 저는 한국에서 자랄 때부터 엄마가 늘 했던 말이, 그리고 그 사회에서 교육을 받은 게, 우리 한국에서 성장하면서 사회에서 교육을 받은 게 남자는 뭐 하나 집었으면 끝을 봐야 한다, 뭐 그런 얘기가 있잖아요. 사내가 왜 우냐, 사내가 됐으면 한번 시작했으면 끝을 봐라, 이런 얘기 많이 했잖아요, 우리 어릴 때. 그래서 그런지 확실히 뭐 그런 걸 많이 느끼긴 해요. 한번 시작했으면 그래도 최대한 내가 해볼 만큼은 해봐야지라는 마인드가 있거든요. 기본적으로 저는. 그래서 무슨 직업을 시작해도 어렸을 때 알바를 시작해도 최대한 내가 힘들어서 안 나가는 것보다는 내가 해볼 수 있을 만큼은 거의 다 해보는 타입인데, 뭔가 자괴감이 든다고 해야 되나? 어렸을 때부터 너무 하도 그런 소리를 듣고 자랐기 때문에 아기 때부터 뭐 사내는 이래야 된다, 사내는 이래야 된다, 이런 말을 너무 많이 듣고 들어서 나중에 커서도 무슨 일을 시작하게 되면 급히 그냥 내가 힘들고 그냥 피곤해도 포기하는 것보다 좀 더 해보는 것 같아요. 더 많이, 다른 사람들보다. 메렌이랑 안 어울리게 너무 고품격 신선한 방송이다. 정말 그렇게 느끼십니까? 감사합니다. 우리 프리님한테 좋은 말 나눠주고, 그쵸? 아, 웃는 거 봐. 사내는 로어 사냥을 해야 한다. 사냥. 일단 지역이 어디세요? 4차까지 4걸음 남았다. 거의 다 왔죠? 조금만 남았죠? Don't worry about that. You are handsome guy. handsome guy가 Okay, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. 비록 효율이 좋지 못해도 그것이 약속이기 때문에. 아, 나는 로어 파티 사냥을 한다고 약속한 적이 없는데. 그건 조금 더 생각해보고. 로어 파티 사냥이 이제 혼자 있으면서 유튜브 보거나 넷플릭스 보면서 할 때는 참 좋아요. 근데 방송하면서 하기에는 좀 무리가 있는 것 같아요. 질리기도 하고. 내가 지금 숲갈 가서 들어갈 파티가 있다? 그럼 1시간 더 하겠습니다. 근데 들어갈 파티가 없다? 그러면 아쉽지만 오늘 방송은 여기까지 하는 걸로. 일단 파티는 별로 없는 것 같아요. 원탁도 갈 수 있나? 어느 파티든 좀 들어가고 싶긴 한데 일단 파티는 없어 보이는 것 같거든요. 시간이 너무 늦어가지고. 토비 맥과이어 닮으신 듯 스파이더맨. 토비 맥과이어 좋죠. 토비 맥과이어 정도면 굉장히 유명하고 훌륭한 배우라. 자, 숲갈, 뭐 전장, 불어전 한번 볼까요? 여기 불어전 구하시는 분이 있는데 좌삼 한 타임 해볼까요? 어떻게 득템할 것 같아요? 한 타임 더 하면? 비싸다 근데. 돈이 엄청 많이 빨릴 것 같은데 일단 지원해볼게요. 아3 용기사 끝나고 지원글 올렸으니까 한번 보죠. 아니 불어전 좌3 간다고 했거든요. 116 용기사 불어전 좌3 갑니다 하니까 좌3이요? 이러는데 뭐? 좌3? 이러는데 용기사가 대부분 좌3 안 가나요? 일단 오라고 하네요. 파티는 찾은 것 같은데 VPN 좀 킬게요. 보통 썬콜이 좌3 가고 용기사는 우삼 간다. 근데 용기사는 둘 다 가능하긴 하다. 35채널로 오라고 하는데 이게 H인지 H 맞구나. 한국 거주하시나요? 아닙니다. 미국에 거주하고 있어요. H입니다. H35 여기. 어디 주에 있냐? 버지니아주요. 버지니아주라고 워싱턴 바로 밑에 있는 주. 동부 쪽. 레벨 77? 아, 허미케인가 보다. 잠시만요. 아이고, 파티를 찾는데 좀 힘드신가 보네. 아, 1, 2만 남았다. 아주 좋네요. 저보고 쉬고 있으라고 하시는데 저는 사냥을 하도록 하겠습니다. 쉬면 심심하니까. Can I ask how old you are? Yes, I was born in 1993. 영어도 하시네. 93년생입니다. 오, 득템. 뭔가 느낌이 좋았거든요. 일단 그렇게 큰 득템은 아니지만 오늘 느낌이 사냥하면서 득템을 한 번도 안 했단 말이죠. 그래도 오늘 사냥 꽤 했는데 아까 털복숭이 숲에서 래쉬를 잡을 때 1시간 동안 득템 하나도 못한 것도 있고 숲갈에서 파사할 때도 득템 하나도 못한 게 좀 나올 것 같은데 이런 생각을 하고 있었는데 딱 여기 와서 하나 먹게 되네요. 엄청 큰 득템은 아니지만 그래도 득템이 나올 때마다 터지는 도파민이 있잖아요. 게임이 즐겁고. You have so much free time to game in the morning. I have a business that I run in the background, so I do have decent amount of liberty, freedom. Most of the things I can kind of take care of with. And it also helps that I'm in the East Coast, so it helps that I'm in the East Coast because if it's like 12 a.m. or if it's like 11 a.m. here or 1 p.m., 2 p.m. here, it's only 11 a.m. in West Coast or even in Central Midwest. They're like 2 hours behind us or 1 hour behind us. And I kind of am, like, even if I stop streaming at 4 or 5 p.m., most places that I'm in contact with, they're an hour behind or 2 hours behind. So kind of works out that they're still in the heat of the day when I'm kind of wrapping up my day. Very late grats on 116. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. It took a while to get to 116. I didn't play. I haven't been really locking in and grinding, especially now that there's no 2x coupons. It's been that much harder. I made it, and I'm almost at 117. Soon enough, I'll be 120. In our age, majority need to grind out work during this time of real life. True. This guy is just super cool and amazing. Well, thank you very much, Pilot. Are you gonna play Global MapleStory Classic? That's the plan. Yeah. I do want to give it a try and definitely play it. Are you? Do you have any idea when GMS Classic is coming out? What's up, Jimmy? Welcome back. We don't know anything yet. The event is currently ongoing in California, and it'll go on until middle of February. But for now, it looks like they're just letting people try out the game in a cafe setting, just as they did last time. So nothing really has changed, and no new official information or statement has come out. A lot of people are anticipating at the latest this summer, though. But nothing yet. Oh, that was awesome. I just two-shotted a Kenta. That's what we're aiming for right now. We need to two-shot these Kentas so they don't... they can't use magic attack. think we're going to end it here. I did get one item at least, right? Not too shabby. I think this will sell for at least 100,000, which will push me back up to 10 mil. 140,000. Not bad. Not bad. 140,000. I'll take that. Then we sell all. I'm not giving Chief Tatamo any more items. He has not lowered the cost of my magic seeds, and I've given him at least 2,000 items. It's stuck at 18,000. And some people are telling me it can go down to 3,000. I think they're lying. But anyway, he's not getting any of my items in. I'm just gonna sell these items off. Back up to 10 mil. Oh man, this is gonna be a long road until I get the horntail necklace. I wonder what they're gonna release for belt. The fact that there's a belt here, pretty. You know, they used to have Zakun belt and stuff. Yeah, I wonder what will come in the belt slot. That's kind of cool. The rings are here, ready to be used. The eye accessory, that's really interesting too. I wonder what they're gonna release for eye accessory. This is gonna fall off here shortly. Also gonna lose this here shortly. All these items are gonna disappear. These two give me so much stat, so much benefit, especially this one. This one is a +6 weapon attack. And once this goes away, my damage is gonna tank significantly. Anyways, today was a good stream. Thank you guys for tuning in and coming to check out the stream. Make sure you like the video and subscribe to my channel. I stream Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So come hang out with me on next days too. Make sure you like and subscribe. And also consider becoming a member to my channel to support me. You get exclusive emojis and a badge attached to your name. Kind of like Twitch in a way. They're starting something similar to Twitch on YouTube, which is really cool. 저는 오늘 방송 여기까지만 하고 내일 저녁 11시쯤 11시경쯤에 다시 방송 키도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 새로 오신 분들, 시청해주신 분들 감사하고 동영상 한번 좋아요 한 번씩 하고 구독 안 하셨으면 구독 눌러주시고 어느 정도 여유가 있으시면 유튜브 채널에 멤버십 가입하셔서 조니 팬덤의 멤버십에 가입을 해서 특유의 이모티콘과 배지를 받을 수 있도록 받으셔서 하시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그럼 저는 방송 오늘 여기까지 하고 내일 저녁 11시에 방송 다시 틀도록 하겠습니다. 좋은 하루 보내시고 이따 저녁에 봬요. Everybody have a great night and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye!